Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope all of you can hear me clearly. If you can very quickly, through the questions dialog box, confirm that you can hear us loud and clear. So all you have to do is go to the questions dialog box and type yes if you can hear us clearly, or no if you cannot hear us clearly. Okay. Thank you, Salman, Amit, Akbar Panjani. You all hear us? Yes, this echo will go once we, I mean, there are two mics switched on in the room at the moment. So once I mute my computer, the echo will go away. Don't worry about the echo, as long as you can hear us. Okay, great. So most of you can hear us. Congratulations, welcome on joining this session once again on Microsoft Excel. It's not just Microsoft Excel, it's data management and analysis. We are very excited that we took a break of about half a month, starting from the 31st of March till almost a month now. And this gave us time to do our planning for our webinars for the upcoming year. Actually, ACCA's year begins on the 1st of April and ends on the 31st of March every year. So this was a bit of time for us to do our planning for the upcoming year, and we have, thankfully, we have quite a few trainings now planned for the rest of the year. The next one, for example, is going to be about Microsoft project, and then there's another one that we are planning, which is a very special training, and there's a lot of work going on that, which is, what was that? The financial analysis
Something like this.
Yeah.
Using Excel.
Yes, financial analysis and creating financial statements in Excel, and that is the one that we're going to work on right now. I mean, most of you would have realized that when you are working with raw data, which is either exported from an ERP system or, okay, I think if I can use my, all right, can you still hear me? And is the echo gone? Yes or no, please? Great, thank you. Tariq Khan is saying still echo. Can you please check? Because others are saying the echo is gone. Just give me a second. Let me just close the door as well. Okay. So what we were saying was that we have now, we're very excited that we planned a lot of webinars for you going forward, and you will be very excited to know that these are trainings on various aspects. So not just IT, not just accounting and finance. I think the period from this point onwards, particularly in Pakistan, is going to be around taxation. So a lot of taxation related events. We've been very popular now in Pakistan. We've been approached by trainers from from a very vast field, from very vast fields across the country, and people come and tell us, look, I'm a specialist in this particular area. Can I do trainings for you? There are organizations who now want to partner with us and want to deliver more webinars. So such is the popularity of our forum now. However, I can tell you that we have selected the best trainers that we're very confident that can deliver what we want to achieve through these events, and that when we plan these events, we try to make sure that whatever we are delivering is very modern. It has not been done before. It is unique, and that you should be able to benefit from these events at the workplace. And that is the aim of the events. So today's webinar is going to be around data management and data analysis, which is a very, very important area. And a lot of people, a lot of accountants, a lot of ACCA members, day in and day out, are doing this stuff. So, how important it is for you to understand the various features available in Microsoft Excel, with the help of which you can manage, handle data, and create useful reports. Right? That is what we are talking about today. Please remember that this is not a training in Microsoft Excel. We understand that a lot of people already know what Microsoft Excel is, how to operate it. This is a training particularly in data management, right? And that is the perspective that we wanted to highlight. Please remember through the session that this is not a basic level training. Right? We are not going to tell the participants how to move the cursor, how to click on, how to format, how to take printouts, etc. This is not that kind of a training. Please, so when you're asking questions, please make sure that you ask relevant questions. It is all about data management and nothing else, right? We have to remain very, very focused. We have time till, we've got about 7 hours today.
6 to 7 hours.
7 hours?
6 to 7 hours.
Yeah, and out of these 7 hours, we will be spending 1 hour for lunch. We'll take a break of about an hour for lunch, and we'll take 2 coffee breaks. So, for example, 1 coffee break in about an hour and a half, and then another coffee break, tea coffee break after the lunch. An hour and a half after the lunch. So that's the schedule. Just one more announcement, and that is that we have uploaded 2 handouts on this GoToWebinar system. So if you look at the control panel of GoToWebinar, there is a section that says handouts, and currently it should say 2 of 5, which means there are 2 handouts available. Right? Out of these 2 handouts, your trainer, Mr. Khurram Khan, is going to tell you which handouts to open up and then start working on that. You can download these handouts on your computers, so you can do that right now. And once the session begins, it will be ideal that you split your computer screen into 2, have your Excel sheet on one side and have the GoToWebinar running on the other side. So you should be able to see what the trainer is teaching, and then quickly apply that sitting on your computer as well. Okay. And if then there are some problems, there's some issues, please do let us know that we can through chat, so that we can answer some queries and questions only during the question and answer break. All right, so this looks like a suggestion, big data concept. Right, so Ehsan Zaidi, you're talking about ACCA's plans on conducting trainings on big data. So let me tell you that we have already conducted one such session, which was around business intelligence. So the business intelligence training was all around big data, which is using Excel. How do you want to handle huge amounts of data? However, there is one session that we are planning in the near future around the use of big data generic as well. But that is not going to be in Excel. That's going to be another trainer doing this training. Getting back, like I said, these handouts are available for you to download. So you can click on the handout and you can download it for use during the session or even after the session. Okay, I have not deliberately emailed it to all the participants, but those who are present here, they should be able to download the handouts and you can work from there. I think that's all about it. Please remember that we will be taking frequent question and answer breaks. Right? Only start putting up your questions when there is a question and answer break, and I will aim to stop the trainer every now and then and see if we can answer your questions. But please make sure that you keep your questions very, very relevant. Right? Please do not ask questions which are not related to the topic, that is data management and analysis. Okay. So good luck to all of you and enjoy the session. And over to the trainer now, Mr. Farhan.
Thank you very much, Harun. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. And Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Okay, this is the fifth session of the Excel training series. We have conducted four before. In the last session that we have conducted in business intelligence, and we have come across few issues, and that is there's some prereq knowledge that is needed for the business intelligence features of Excel. So in that we have decided that we should have one session on the basics that are needed for the business intelligence features to be applied efficiently. So in that regard, we have identified two things. One is the Excel tables. That is one of the excellent features, which is around, actually offered in 2007 onward. And then we have pivot tables, and after that we will be using this in these functionalities of these two features in the Power Pivot. So we will start from the Excel tables, the basic foundation of the Excel tables, what feature does it offer, and how we can use it for better data analysis, better data management. Then we will move to pivot tables, and then we will see that how we can use the pivot table to produce various type of reports, various type of presentations, various types of analysis. And once we have gone through this, we will be utilizing these concept of Excel tables and the pivot tables, and then we will make use of these features in the Power Pivot. So we'll start from the sample table. If you open it, the sample table, you should have something like this. Okay.
Half a second or half a minute to download and open the
okay. I'm giving you a minute or so so that you can be able to download these two workbooks. Okay. So please do let us know that you have downloaded these two workbooks. Once you do that, then we will start.
And they have to open up sample.
Yes.
Excel.
Sample table Excel.
Sample table. Zoom 100% or sheet Zoom
100%. 110%. Please do let us know that you have downloaded it.
Okay, I think most of them have downloaded, but there are people who probably joined in now. I'm going to, for their clarity, once again repeat that the worksheet that we are going to work with has been uploaded under handouts. So Anis, you can go to the handouts and download the two files available there, and out of the two files you have to open up sample table.xls. Open up sample table.xls. I think we can do it.
Okay, fine.
All right, can you hear us now?
Okay, I go start out, and
it was your network connectivity. You're back. You're back. You have to speak a little louder.
Speak a little louder. Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. I hope everything is fine now.
Yeah.
Okay, we may get data from different sources, but in order to perform some sort of analysis, we need to transform the data in a particular manner. Okay, the standard is to convert your data into a tabular form. So if you look at this particular sheet, your data is in the tabular form. Tabular form means that the data should be in the grid of rows and columns. Every column should have a label. If you see in this particular sheet, we have the invoice state, year, region. Every column must have a name, and the data has to be consistent all along the column. So if you have the data in invoice date is of date type, it must be of the date type. Similarly for the year, similarly for the region. We cannot replace their data from this data because this will give you the inconsistency issue. So simple means that region means that this column should contain the titles of the region only, the values of the region only. And similarly, if you look at the sales rep column, this should have uh, the names of the sales rep only. And similarly, the data all along the data set. Okay, fine. There are two things that we need to understand first. In Excel, we can play with the ranges. If we want to perform some sort of calculation or apply some functions, what is actually required is that we have to have some sort of ranges. If you look at this particular, if I want to sum these uh, values, right? So what I need to do, I need to select that particular range and utilize that range in the sum function. If you take these ranges of this tabular format and it converted into a table, you will get some benefit from the table feature. I will go through some of the feature, may not be able to cover all of it, but I will try to cover some of the most a required feature, and you will see what will happen. Okay, in order to convert a range into a table, what you need to do is, first of all, you need to select one of a cell of the this particular data set. Now, once you do that, there are two options that, rather, there are three options that you can convert your data into a table. The first one is, after selecting one cell, click the Home tab and go to the Style group, and you will see that this is one of the options that is Format as Table. If you click that, this is some of the formatting already associated with it. Select any of the thing, and if you click that, this will be converted as a table. That is option number one. Option number two is use the Insert tab and then click that table. Once you do that, this will be selected, the range will be selected of this data set automatically, and you will have the Create Table dialog box in front of you. And if you click OK, then again it will be converted into a table. The third option that you'll be having, and that is use of the shortcut key, and that is the Control T. Select any of the thing and click Control T. Once you do that, you will have the same option, the same phenomena occurring in front of you. So if I click OK, what will happen? This will be converted. One thing sure, that you should click My Table Has Header. It should be checked. This will set your first row as header. If you don't check it, this will be the first row will be the part of the data set, right? So my data has header. If you click OK, and you will see what will happen. Your data is converted, your range is converted into a table. Okay, once it happens, you will see a contextual tab of the table, and that is the table tools. And if you click that, you will see some of a very useful features right over here. Okay, first of all, look at this. So the first thing first, and the first thing that you need to do is you need to name this table. For example, if this is the table number 1, and I'm saying this is our data set, DATA data set. If I press enter, now this range, this table is now named as a data set. Now this name will be used in a variety of ways. We will be using this data set in different ways. Okay, that is number 1. Number 2, what you can do is you can summarize this table with the pivot table. Another very important feature is the remove duplicates. If you want to, if your data set has some duplication, you can use this feature. Then you have the option to reconvert this table into a range. Then you have this feature. We have discussed in our last sessions that what is a slicer and how we can use it. We will be using this. We can export it into the SharePoint. We can export into to share these data set with our colleagues. Then we have certain table styles. If you want to just hover your mouse pointer on the table style, you will find the data will be formatted automatically. Then we have table style option. So for example, if you look at this, the filter button, if I click OK, so the filter button will be removed. If you want that your data, if you want to share your data with other people and want that some other features they don't use it, so you can hide it. Then there is an interesting feature, and that is known as the table total row. Once the data is converted into a table, you have some calculation all along with this. You don't need to apply some of the function in order to calculate some of the columns of this. If you look at this particular design and you have the total row, if you click that, you will see there is a row that comes under the table. So this is the sale amount and this is the total sale. If you click on that, you will have a drop down list, so you have some other sort of calculation. So if you don't want to have the sum, you can have the average. So this is the average, and this can be applicable to all the columns which have the numerical data. So if you click, say for example, we have sum over here, then we have again, let me have sum, and we have the contribution margin, this is the contribution, say this is the sum. Okay. So now without performing any function, you still be able to get some of the calculation right over here. And this is the beauty of the Excel table. Okay, if you don't want to have this row, so just what you need to do is just to say uncheck the total row and it all gone. If you look at this particular say header, this is built in tables that if you scroll your data set, then the headers will remain right over here. So there is no need to use the freeze panes option. It is all there. Just you know that this column represent what, this column represent what, so and so forth. So this is one thing. And another very important aspect of the table is that you don't need to worry about the name ranges, the dynamic range concept. Maybe some of you don't know what is a dynamic range. Look at this particular thing. Let me show you one thing. I'm using a sum function and I want to sum these values. If you look at this particular thing, sum data set sale amount, this is the nomenclature of this table. In general terms, if we want to apply a function, say sum function, and we provide the range to the sum, this will have the M2 to M23, right? So that is the normal range, but what we are dealing with, the table right now. So if you look at this particular thing, we have the data set, this is the name of the table, and this is the column that we are referring to. We want to add that column, which is the sale amount of table data set. Okay, if I enter that, I will get this answer. Now, what I meant by dynamic range is that if I want to add something right over here, for example, say 1000 maybe, what will happen? The range will be adjusted automatically, the table will be extended, and there is no need to readjust your function. If I click enter, and you will see your function is updated automatically, your range is extended. That is what I meant by a dynamic range. Let me do it in another way. Just click the sheet 2. Say I'm just typing a few number over here. This is only one, for example, the sale amount. I'm using 10, 20, and 30. This is the normal range. So if I get the total, for example, the total, and it's using is equal to sum these value. Okay, so this is the normal function that we will be using. Okay, if I want to add this 40 to this particular, it won't work. But what will happen if I, okay, fine, I will look into. Okay, I've been asked to slow a pace a bit so that you can practice all along. Okay, fine. Look at this particular. So go to another sheet, type this data sale amount and 2030 in A2, A3, and A4. In D3, use this function A2 colon A4, right, and press enter. Now, I want that if I want something underneath this column, at the end of this column, that number will be added automatically to this value, to this function. This won't work normally in Excel ranges. We need to convert that range into a dynamic range. It's sort of a tedious process. We need to use some offset function and something like these in order to convert it as a dynamic range. But when we use the Excel table feature, this will be handled automatically. We don't need to convert this range into a dynamic form. So what we need to do right now over here, select any of this cell, Control T, my data as header, convert this into a table, click OK, and then go to the design and click, say, sale amount. Sale amount, for example. So sale AMT. So this is the name of the table, and sale amount is the column name of this header. So what I will do now, I am using a sum function once again, right? But this time I'm using the sale amount. This is the name of the table. Then I click the left square and then I have the sale amount and then enter. What will happen now? I am using a sum function on this table, which is sale amount, and in this particular table, the column name is sale amount. So I want to add these values, right, using the sum function. If I click enter, I should have got the same answer. So if you look at over here, this is the normal sum function using simple ranges, and this is the sum function using the tables. Now look what will happen now if I enter 40 on this cell. Two things will happen. The range will be extended automatically. Whatever I will enter in the next empty cell of the table, it will be the part of the table now, right? And the range will be extended automatically. And once I click enter, press enter, then this number will be the part of sale amount. And when I click OK, you will see what will happen. Your data will be extended automatically, right? So that is the beauty of this table. You don't need to use the dynamic ranges in order to convert your normal range into a dynamic range. So this will be handled in Excel tables automatically. Okay, that's one thing.
Is this a feature of Excel 2013?
Yes.
2010 as well?
From 7 onward, 2007 onward. Okay. In 2003, we have the concept of list, and they have changed it to a table in 2007 onward. So there is some sort of similarity in 2003 and 2007 onward, a list feature and list feature of 2003 and table feature of 2007 plus onward. It is applicable in 2007, 10, 13, and 16, right? Okay, fine. Okay, fine.
Yes, I think it would be judicious if we give you a minute only, 1 minute only, to repeat what Mr. Corridor has just done. So
Okay.
in your own worksheets, if you can very quickly repeat the dynamic range and the table concept.
Okay, fine. Okay, let me do it once again. I am asked to redo this, or rather.
And while he's doing it, you can also do it on your computers.
Oh, yes, okay, fine. Okay, let me show you once again what actually I meant. I have the value, maybe some value. That is 25, 35, and 45. I want to add these values is equal to sum, and these are the ranges from A to colon A13. If I press enter, I should get the answer, the total of these three values. But what if I want to add another value? I want to type another value A5, that is say 50, and if I press enter, this will not be accommodated automatically in this function. This is what I call a static range. It's a normal range. Now, if we want to add these values and whatever values that I will enter underneath this in this particular column, this should be accommodated, this should be added in that value. So I have two options to do that. Number one, I need to convert this range into a dynamic range, means that whenever I will enter some value underneath this column, this value, and that range will be extended automatically. In order to do that, I need to do something else. I need to click formulas, go to the name manager, and something to have to do this like this. And I need to say click new, and then the name of the range, and use the offset function and something like this over here, in order to convert this range into a dynamic range. So I'm not using that. Rather, I will be converting this column into a table. You can do that by selecting one of the data item in this data set and click Control T. This is the shortcut key combination for creating a table. This dialog box once appears. You need to click My Data as Headers. This should be checked, and now click OK. Okay, so if I say, look at this, if I enter 80, this 80 will now be added to this table and will be the part of this table. And if I need to use the sum function, and I want to add these values, either I want to do like this, or I want to say just the name of the table, which is the table 3. I haven't uses the name, I haven't mentioned the name of this table, so by default, whatever tables come, it will be named as table 1, table 2, and table 3. So this is the third table we are generating. So this is table 3, and this is the name of the table. Now then the square brackets, and then we have all the columns that are available, right? We have only one column. Click OK, and then close parentheses, close brackets, and close parentheses. Now what will happen? We have this will give you the result, the total of these numbers, and if I entered another value to it, so what will happen? This number will be added to this sum, just for the simple reason that this number will be the part of this, and you have seen that 235 now is 335. This is the example of dynamic range. So there is no need to specifically convert a range into a dynamic range in tables. So this is one of the huge benefit of using a table. So I hope you have gone through this with me. Okay, fine.
Yes, one question. So if somebody has to use a table name instead of a range, they have to use square brackets.
Yes, they have to use
square brackets.
Yes.
Thank you.
The thing is that this is the nomenclature of using the names and the fields, the column labels in the function. This is the name of the table, and in the square bracket, these are the column references. Right? So that is the only thing that you need to do, and you need to practice it. Right? Okay, fine. Let's go back to the sheet 1.
People are asking about the shortcut for selecting table name in the formula. And start typing the table name, after the square bracket, if you start typing the name, it automatically shows you a list of tables.
Yes.
So you don't have to use any shortcut.
No. Okay, for example, look at here. This is, I want to sum the discount or get the average discount. So what I need to do, just average, just need to type average. I have the average, then the name of the function, if I recall, this is the data set. So the name of this is data set. Just what I need to do, I need to click that left square. And all the headers, all the column names will write on this list. There is no need to do that. Just click what is a discount, for example. This is the discount. Just select that and this, and close it, and that's it. The case. That's it. There's no need. Okay, fine. That is one excellent feature of table. Now there is some other features. Let's go through some of these quickly. Okay, for example, look at, I'm copying these two, Control C and Control V. So what you should do, creating two duplicates rows. So what I selected these two rows, copy that and add it underneath it. Now what I need to do is I need to remove the duplicate rows. So what could I do is just click the design and the remove duplicates. So remove duplicate dialog box comes, and I need to click OK. Once I click OK, no, this won't work because these are the two values. This should be the part of it. Okay, now this should work. So the complete row wasn't copied. Okay, design, remove duplicates, and what you need to just click OK. Once you do that, the two duplicates values found and removed, 22 unique values remain. So what it happened, that all the values which are identical, these are removed. So another way of doing the same thing, for example, I want to delete few things which are in similar, for example, design, remove duplicates. I just want to remove the duplicates which are, say, have these three things in common, something like this. Okay, let it be product, price, there is, let it be. Okay, what I want to do is I want to remove all those rows which have these four things in common. They have region in common, they have orders in common, they have sales rep in common, and they have a product in common. So instead of completing the entire row, at times we need to remove some of the rows which have few columns values are common. So what it will be doing, it will eliminate all those values which have region in common, code in common. Say region is equal to this, code is equal to this, sales rep is equal to this, and product is equal to this. So all those columns which have these things in common will be eliminated. Click OK and you will see that there are two values, two duplicate values which have these four things in common, and these are removed. So Control Z, go back to it. So this is how you can remove duplicate. And sometimes you need to say analyze this data in some different manner. For example, I want to just generate a report, or maybe say another way of filtering your data. So I want to say use this feature. Say I want to say region. I want to have all the BTN like this. So this is one way of filtering your data. But in Excel 2010 onward, this feature is not available in 2007. It is from 2010 onward. So this is the insert slicer. Let me first get everything in place. Then I will be using the design and the insert slicer. Look at this for what will happen. I will get all the column headers right over here. So I see, for example, the region. I click region and click OK. What you will see, you will have a slicer. This is the slicer, right? So you can minimize it, something like this. And what you see, that if I click, for example, BTN, then all the data of this table will be filtered as per the BTN. If I click BTN, and you will see you will have the data of BTN. Similarly, you have KPK. Similarly, you have PJB, and similarly, you have SMB. And if you want to remove the filter, just click that cross. If you want to remove this slicer, just select that, right click, and you have the cut option right over here. Now what you will do, see, we want to have to say filter this data with respect to maybe a product. So practice this thing with me, that I want to use a slicer of the product in order to filter this data. What I will do, I will use like the design tab. Then I have the insert slicer. Then the list of all the headers come first for insert slicer. Click the product and click OK. And you have this beautiful slicer in front of you. Just align it, and if I click laptop, and you will see that I have all the data filter that I have the monitor, I have the LCD, I have this, and you can have the multiple options along with this as well. So press the control key and click laptop. So this is the multiple options. So you can have the multiple options with the slicer as well. There is another thing, you can filter your data with the slicer, but with a multiple slicer. So again, go to the design, insert another slicer, for example, the region, and click OK. You have another slicer, right? Okay. Now look at this. If you click BTN, if you just click BTN, the data is filtered with respect to the BTN, and you should see one more interesting thing. In BTN, there is no laptop and there is no projector. So these are gone. It is not there. These are not active. Only the 4 options are available. So if you click, say, for example, monitor, so this is the double filter on this data set with respect to monitor and BTN. So you have the monitor, you have the BTN, and you see this is the BTN only and this is the monitor only. So you can use multiple slicer on this data set in order to analyze your data in this way, right? So similarly, you can remove this data, you can remove this, say, slicer, right? Okay, fine. There is another way of using an Excel table. Let me just draw the summary of this data set. For example, I want to have the data set, the sale amount data set, for example. What I will do is I will click this column and I will copy that column and I will paste that column right over here, and I will remove duplicates in another way. I've shown one way of removing duplicates through the table. Now look at this. I want to remove duplicates of this column using the standard feature of Excel. So select all of these, then click data, and you should see a remove duplicate option, the same option in the data tools of the data tab ribbon. If you click remove, you will have the column P and click OK. When you click OK, and you will see you have all the data you have right over here, right? Now what I want to do is I want to sum sale amount. I want to have the sum of maybe the contribution margin. And I want to say have the discount as well. What can I do is I want to use the SUMIF function. SUMIF function. What does it mean? I want to get the sum function based on this data set, that only sale amount with respect to sin only. Similarly for contribution margin, and similarly for the discount. So what should I do is the range function. This is the range that I need to use, C2, comma, and the range is I need to fix it. Okay, this F4, comma, and I want to use this is the criteria, and this is the same function. So if I click enter, I should get the answer, which is this. So what I need to do is just click down and I will get all the values of the sin. So this is how easy it becomes to get the filtered value of the sin, Balochistan, KP and PJP with respect to the sale amount. I'm doing it for a purpose that I want to use this particular data set, not this data set to produce a chart, and then I will use this with a table, right? So using the SUMIF function, the SUMIF function that I've been using, I have discussed this in my earlier sessions, right? So if you want to have a look at it, you can go through this session on Vimeo, if I'm not wrong, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So you can have a look. If function. So I repeat this for you. SUMIF function. I want to use this range, right? Then the comma. Then this one. Then I want to use the contribution margin, and just click enter, and I will get this. So this is actually the case, and similarly I repeat this for SUMIF function. This is the SUMIF function. What I want to add, I want to add the discount based on this, right? Comma, then this, and this time I want to use the discount. Okay. And just click, double click, and I will get this. Okay, the reason I'm doing is that if I want to add another value, it's just let me, okay, just a bit. I want another value. For example, this is the one, this is maybe the 16, maybe 2010, then this is 2010, this is, for example, look at the value of BTN a bit later. So maybe this is 2, this is, for example, Nisar, this is Ziara, this is 5, this is Monita, this is again 50, this is maybe 5,000. I'm just entering the arbitrary value, 75,000, and you should see that what will happen to this. Now, this is the discount value that I'm entering. This is the discount value, and this we have BTN. So this BTN, this should change. For example, if I say 10,000, you should see it is changed to 90,000. We have this value. If I enter, say for example, 100,000, you should see there should be a change in the BTN row of sale amount. If I click OK, and you will see the change. So you see what will happen if you just add the value. The report that you have generated will be updated automatically. Right now, one thing more.
I just wanted to answer the question. Imran Arshad is asked. So in that case, a slicer helps. If you don't have the source data, you cannot apply the data filter option, right? If you have a slicer and a graph, you will be able to apply filters directly without having to access your source data. So
Yes, sure.
if you can quickly reflect on that so that people know if you're telling them about slicer, what is the purpose?
Okay. One purpose Mr. Harun has just pointed out, that is actually one of the objective, one of the purpose of using the slicer. There is maybe you presented that the visual representation of the data to your colleague, and you don't want him to access the data on which the graphical representation is based on, and you want him just to look at using a slicer. So he's very correctly pointed out that this is one way of using, one of the objective of the slicer. And the second objective or the purpose of using a slicer, that is, one is it is very, very user friendly, number one, and number two, there is an aesthetic element attached to it. So it is more colorful, more appealing to eyes. Okay, let me show you that thing. For example, this is our original data, and this is our the data that is derived from this data set. So what I will be doing is I will be converting this data into a table and then converting this data set into a graphical representation, and then use a slicer and then see what will happen.
Okay. Right? All right. So as we're doing it, there are a couple more questions.
Okay.
One is saying, can you repeat how can I use the sumif function? So sumif, I can tell you the function is that if you want to conditionally sum a few cells, if you don't want to sum an entire array, you want to conditionally sum certain values based on a criteria. That is where you use the sumif function.
So if you,
it will be, I mean, you will be using it again, so people will be able to, review.
Maybe I'm not using it, but if you refer to our previous seminars on Excel, it is discussed in depth in that session.
But it's fairly simple.
Yes. It is indeed very simple, very, very simple and straightforward. Okay, fine. Let's see that how we can use slicer to graphically represent the data. Okay, look at this. What the first step that you need to do, you need to convert this data set into a table. Now it is converted into a table, right? Right? And these are the data set that you want to present your data. Alt F1, this is, okay. For example, this is the representation of, graphically a representation of the data. Okay, I've been asked to, rather, I suppose that I will be asked that how this graphical representation that I've drawn. It's very, very simple and straightforward. What you need to do is select these three columns of this table and use the shortcut key Alt F1. If you click the Alt F1,
Are you able to hear me now? Yes, and I think the connection is restored as well, so you can move on.
Key. So just select the data set that is required for generating a chart. Then click the Alt F1. If you press Alt F1, you should have the chart like this. And this is the default chart.
F1.
Alt F1. F1 is the function key. It is just beside the escape key. F1, F2, F3. So F1 along with the Alt F1. This will generate a embedded chart. Okay, so we have this sort of a chart. You can just expand it if you wish. Okay, now insert, click on this design tab and then click, say, the slicer. Now the slicer is on region and click OK, and you have this something like this. Okay, what you can do now, you can just go to the slicer, select this one option. You have some sort of other thing like this. If you click that, this is now. If you click BTN, the data is reflected. So you have the data set of BTN only. This is the KPK. This is something like this, and this for SIN. So I will not be discussing what actually the chart and what are the features associated, how you can say format these things. So it is out of the scope of this webinar, but that is the thing that it looks amazing if you use a slicer in that particular way, right? So from 2010 onward, you should be using the slicer more often because it provides you three things. One is the aesthetics, number two, the ease of use, and the third one is the protection of your data, right? So I think it does the purpose, right? And
Yes, Abbas wants to see the formula of Summit for a second. So if you can just click on one of the cells where you written the Summit.
Okay.
So they can just see the formula themselves.
Okay.
Just click on one. There's another question somebody was asking, how do you copy the formula without having to rewrite it? So I know it's a very basic question, and for I apologize for that, but it will very quickly tell you to hold that little black square at the end of the cell pointer and drag it from there, isn't it?
Okay. There are few things that we need to show. Whenever you will be using the name ranges, right? So, name range is good for, say, what you may say, it avoided the logical errors that you might have with the relative references. Look at this. This is P2 and this is the data range. This is the normal range and this is the dynamic range. And this is the name range as well for the table. Whenever you have, okay, let me redo this thing very, very quickly so that you can understand what I meant. I will be...
And while Khurram Saab is doing it, you may be able to do it on your computers as well.
Yes,
so
yes.
Understood the concept, this is time for you to apply it yourself.
Yes. Okay, what actually I want to do is, I want to use a SUMIF function, number one, for getting the sale amount based on this region only. So whenever I have a region, look at this, if I just say hide few columns here, say height, and say if I want to add these two values of sale amount, similarly let me have say, look at this. I just want to add these values, all these values. That is the case. I want to add PJB, right? I just want to use these values, right? So what I need to do is, I'm using this function is equal to sum if range is the criteria range. Criteria range means that I want to add sale amount based on this criteria which is sent. So this is the range where my criteria is. This is called the criteria range, and this is the data set. This is the name of the table. This is the name of the column of this. Now, in this particular range, I want to set the criteria which is sin. Now, look at this. This is O11 right now. So, O11 is this, comma, and then I want to add this value. This is the value that I want to add from. Okay. When I click OK, this will be added, and if I double click that, it will be copied automatically, and you will see what. Okay, if you look at this particular formula, O11 represent the criteria. This is the criteria. This is the criteria. This is O11. This is O12, and this is the example of relative reference. Right. So I hope that you understand this. But the concept of relative reference and absolute reference was discussed in our first session, right? So that's it. Right? Okay, fine. Let me now quickly go through this, and I want to start the pivot table. So these are the few of the things. But if this is the, okay, fine. There is.
Sorry, there are people who are saying they're using Excel 2010 and they can't see the slicer function. So is it because they have a basic edition of Excel? We're using the professional edition for E16.
Okay, if
I have slicer in my.
Okay. Let me recall. Okay, fine. I guess they're right. I guess they're right. 2000 slicer is used in pivot table in 2010. They have introduced that in 2010 in pivot table, not in the table function. Yes, they're right. Sir, they're right. Okay, they're right. Excel tables is introduced in 2007, number one. Slicer is introduced in the pivot table in 2010, but not in the Excel table, right? But in 2013, slicer was introduced in 2010. 2013. So that is actually the hierarchy. So
2010.
Let me repeat. Excel table were introduced in 2007, right? Slicer were introduced in 2010, not in Excel tables, but in the pivot table, right? So slicer were introduced in pivot table in 2010, but not in 2010 Excel tables. But in 2013, in Excel table functionality, slicer were introduced, right? So that is actually the case. For those who are using 2010, I regret that you won't be using the slicer function in 2010.
When we announced the program, we told that you should either have 13
or 16. Or 16. Yes.
So apologies to those who are using 2007.
But don't worry. Just take it easy, and Alex we will be doing the same thing once again in pivot table. So I think okay. There are some other amazing function of Excel tables as well, but I think this is enough as far as the Excel tables are concerned. We have discussed few of the basic functionality of the tables. What we will do is we will take a 10 minutes tea break. Okay, we will take a 10 minute tea break, and on our return we will start a pivot table. Right?
And please don't use this tea break for actually having tea only. This is your session, this is time for practicing.
Yeah.
So the few things that we have done so far.
Just practice it, yeah.
Data ranges, tables, yeah.
Dynamic
ranges and tables. Slicer, and we just done
SUMIF function, yeah.
Using the data range, the dynamic data range, or using the data table.
And how
doing all that.
And how to summarize data using the top row. If you in the design contextual tab, that is the total row. So just try all this stuff in just 10 minutes.
Some of your part trainees know you very well. One of them is Mohammed Ali Sheikh who's saying low nicotine level, and I can see that on Khurram's face. Low nicotine. So I think we're just going to mute our stations from here, and time for Khurram to get his nicotine, and you people go to practice the functions that we just mentioned. Okay. I will still be sitting here having coffee and answering your questions. So if you have any questions, you can type in, and I'll try to answer them while the session is on hold.
Okay. After that, we will be starting the pivot tables.
Yes. So it's a 10 minutes break for now. Whatever the time is in your region, be back in 10 minutes.
Okay, should we begin?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Sugar in your tea?
Yes, it was.
No, you got it. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, fine.
Okay, we are back.
Okay, fine. We have few questions that we need to answer. The first question was that I've shown. Okay, fine. Okay, the first question was that how this function should be visible. What is the way of showing the function within the cell? Okay, it means that if you want to say see in Excel, there are two things that we need to enter. We have in cells. One is a value and one is the function. And if we want to see that in a particular sheet in which cell contain a formula or a function or a value, just you need to press the control tilde combination. Let me write it for you. This is the control key. You need to press CTRL and then the tilde. This is the tilde. If you click this control tilde, let me say, okay, I think this is visible. Control tilde. If you click this combination, the tilde you should find just underneath the escape key. If you click, this will show the show formula, and if you click once again, it will go back to the value mode. The show formula and value mode, you can toggle on and toggle off. So that is the one. If you see control tilde and you see that there is a formula and this is a value. So this is a formula, this is the value, and this is the formula. So this is your question number one.
There's a question from Imran Ashad. He's using Summit. You open up your question dialog box and tell if there's something wrong with the formula?
Okay, there is one consistent question is coming up, and that is that how should we use the SUMIF function?
SUMIF and SUMIFs.
Okay, SUMIF and SUMIFs function. Okay, what I will do now is
one last time.
Okay, I will. Okay, fine. So one last time, the SUMIFs function. I'm using the SUMIFs function. One of the attendee has raised a question that if we can get a sale amount based on two conditions, that is, for example, in the region of Sindh, how much sale is made on, say, laptop. So what I will do is now is that I will be doing this stuff. For example, let me delete each and everything right over here, and I will redo this. This is the delete. This is okay. Delete all of these. Delete this as well. Okay, I've deleted each and everything. So I'm doing it for the last time. So what actually we want to do this? We have, for example, Sindh. And in the region of Sindh, do we have any laptops available? Unhide. Okay, so in the region of Sindh, we have two laptops. So we want to add these two values, this range and this range. So we want to add this 48,000 for 80,000 and this for 80,000 based on this. So let me very quickly go through SUMIFs function. Okay, there are two types of functions available in order to do this. One is the SUMIF function and other is the SUMIFs function. SUMIF function is used to add values based on one condition, and SUMIFs is the function that is used to sum based on multiple conditions. So what I will be doing, I will be using the sum ifs function, right, for both. For example, I want to say add, let me just click all of these. Okay, fine, right over here. So the region name is say SND, and the product is maybe a laptop. So what we want to do is we want to get sale amount. Okay, we want to have the sale amount based on these two criteria, the SIN and the laptop. That how much is sale in SIN of the laptop. So in order to do this, what you need to do is you need to use the sum ifs function, because we have two conditions. Sum ifs, if you look at this particular say syntax, this is the syntax. There is a change in the syntax of sum if and sum ifs. In the sum if function, this sum range comes at the end, but in sum ifs function, it comes first. Okay, we want to add what? We want to add these values. Control Shift down. So this is, I want to sum something from this, that is the sale amount, based on the criteria from this range, from this particular range. Control Shift down. Okay, so if you look at this, okay, this is the sum range. This is the range that I want to add few values from, based on this condition set. From this is my criteria range, and the criteria is SND, which is in P3. So what it means, that in that particular region, whenever the region is SIN, which is in P3, add that value. So if I click this, enter, I should get the answer, and that is only the sale amount of SIN only. So if region wise, let it be region wise, region. Now region with product. So what I will do is equal to sum ifs, the sale amount that we want to add, right, that we want to add based on two criteria. Now the first criteria range is your region. This is the region, right, comma, this is the comma, this is the comma, and the criteria of this is this, then comma, then we have the product range, this is the product, comma, and we have the value right over, this is the criteria, and click enter. So this is, let me show you, this is the thing. Data set sale amount, this is the sum range, right? This is the sum range. What it means, this is the range that we want to add few values from, based on the criteria that is region is equal to SIN. And then we have the data set that is the product is equal to laptop. What will happen, wherever the region value is equal to SND and the product is equal to laptop, right, these two values will be added. If you, let me filter this for you. This is the SIN, this is the SIN, okay, and this is the laptop, okay. So I have these two values, which is sen, region is equal to sen, product is equal to laptop, and the value that I want to sum, which is this one. So these are the two values. If you select these two, you have the answer 9,60,000. So, okay, this is, I need to select all and select all and select all. So you see how we can use the SUMIF function. Okay. I hope this answers your question that how we should use SUMIF function. So SUMIF function is a function, SUMIFs rather, not SUMIF. SUMIFs function is a function that is used to sum few values from a particular range based on multiple criteria. In this particular case, we are adding few values from the sale amount based on the condition that is region equal to sen and the a product is equal to laptop. And if we change this value, for example, PJB, so the answer should change. So PJB, so there is no laptop sold in the region of PJB. And if say LCD, let me change it. So same monitor maybe. Do we have, there is no monitor. Let me see if there is PJB. So we have tablet maybe, we have few tablets. Let me write few tablets. Tablet, okay. So we have in the region of Punjab, there are tablets sold and tablets sold of this amount. So I hope the SUMIF function is clear now, right? Okay, let me very quickly recap what we have done so far, and then we will proceed to a pivot table. Okay, a data comes in a normal range, and we need to convert this data range into a table. So there are three things that there are three ways that you can convert a normal data into a table. One is with the Control T combination. Just select any of the cell, Control T, and you should get the dialog box of create tables. My header should be selected and click OK. It will be converted, and once it is converted, you will have the contextual tool tab, which is the design, and from here you can name that table, and then you can have the multiple options available. Then you can remove duplicates, you can insert a slicer, right? You can use the total row, and you can have the band columns and something like this. And this is the way your format, your table should be formatted. One last thing, and that is that if you want to generate a summary report, right? Let me use this design. This is a total row, and let me get all sum over here. This is sum, this is sum, and this is sum. Okay, all sum. And what I want to do is I want to share this sheet with my friend, and I want this to be shared not as a table but as a range, as a normal range. So what I will do is I will select all of these, go to the design, and then convert it to range. As soon as I converted it, do you want to convert this table to a normal range? And I click yes. Now there is no more table right over here. Your table is now back to normal range. So this is it as far as the Excel tables are concerned. Let's move to the second concept, which is the pivot table. Okay, fine. Let's close this. I don't want to save it. I don't want to. Okay. Then we have the pivot table. Now click the pivot table, you should have the data like this. Okay, I'm giving you a minute to open this pivot table sheet. Okay, fine. There is a request to all of you. We are getting lots and lots of questions. Says that kindly redo that and kindly explain it again. We will have a question answer session right before the lunch break and one just the closing time. If you have any question, please do ask at that time. So,
Or otherwise, we are going to upload the recording of this entire webinar on vimeo.com/ACCA Pakistan. So those who want concepts to be repeated, they can always go back and check that video. So just as this webinar is over, I will download the recording and put it up on vimeo.com/ACCA Pakistan. I suggest those who cannot keep pace, you can access that recording and then do your revision. But for the sake of other people present in the webinar who want to learn more and more, I think we need to keep a certain pace at least. We can't continue to go back and do revisions.
Yes, if you ask a question like these, so what will happen? We will slow down the pace and that's not good for those who actually want to learn few more things. Okay, fine. Let's start the pivot table. I hope you have downloaded and opened it, this sheet. One thing, pivot table, one of my attendee has pointed out and just said, "Sir, this is a killer feature." So indeed, it is a killer feature. It is a very simple feature, but it is a very versatile, very flexible, very interesting feature. You can do a lot of things with this feature. You can generate various types of reports. You can build dashboards with this. You can analyze your data. You can manage your data. You can organize your data. There are many things that you can do with this feature only by doing three things. Either you are clicking something, either you are dragging, or double clicking. So these three things that you need to do in order to use the pivot table. So three things: click, double click, and drag. If you're able to do these three things, so this should be quite simple for you, right? Okay, fine. In order to
Can I suggest one thing? Okay. Since this is very important concept, I would like every participant to just watch, and then when we give time, only try to practice it. And you will all be able to concentrate on what.
Okay, fine. Yes, yes. It's a good suggestion. Okay. I will briefly, first of all, give you some of the concepts that are needed, that are required in order to have the correct implementation of the pivot table. That is, there are certain rules that you need to follow in order to apply the pivot table correctly. Okay, first of all, your data is normalized. Now, what actually I meant by normalization? By normalization, I mean that your data is in the tabular form. As we have just seen in the Excel tables, your data is in the tabular form. So tabular form means that your data should be represented in rows and columns. So if you look at this table, your data is in the tabular form. it has certain columns, it has certain rows. That is rule number one. Rule number two, that every column of the data set must have a header name, the column name. This is in Y state is a header name or the column label. So is the year, so is the region, sales rep, city, etc., etc. Right? So every column must have a label. That is rule number two. Rule number three is every column must have a consistent data. It means that if this column is for date only, it means it must contain a date. If this column is year, then it should contain an year only. If it is for region, it should contain data for region only, and so on and so forth. Another rule that your data set must not contain empty set. For example, if I just delete Banu, for example, like this, if your data set has these sort of the images, one of the cell is empty, that pivot table will be applicable, but you will not get the accurate result. For example, if you want to get the summary of the Banu, this Banu is missing. There is no data of Banu right over here because you have somehow missed to enter the name of the Banu over here. So this data is missing and you will not be able to get the correct answer or the summary of this particular transaction of the Banu, right? So one of the rule is that you should not have any empty cells within your data set. Another very important rule is that one single row should represent one record only, right? There might be a case that I've seen some of the data sets that one row represent two or more than two records. For example, maybe Mr. David in the city of Sydney have sold maybe the printer and maybe the LCD, right? Maybe the 40/20. What does it mean? That Mr. David in the city of Sydney have sold printer and LCD of quantity 40 and 20. So this is the instance where two records are represented in one particular row. This is imperative that it should not be the case. Every single row should represent one and only one transaction, one record only. So these are the two records and it should be represented in two different rows. So what we need to do is we need to just delete that, and similarly for this. So these are the few tips that are required. These are the few rules that you need to understand before using the pivot table. Okay, fine. If you understood these rules, I just repeat very, very quickly. Your data set in the tabular form, every column must have a label. Every column must have a consistent data. Your cell should not be empty, and the record must be represented in one row only, not in two. Two records must be represented in two different rows, right? So these are the rules that you need to apply in order to apply the pivot table. Okay. Basically, pivot table is a summarizing tool. It summarizes data, right? And after the summary, it will generate a report, whatever report that you want to create. So in this particular session, we will be generating various type of reports, and you will see that how easy it with the help of pivot table that we can generate various type of reports. Okay, let me complete this. This is one. Okay, fine. So all rules are in place. Let me start generating a pivot table or make a preparation to use insert a pivot table. What you need to do is just select any of the cell, right? Click the insert tab, right? And on the extreme left, you should find these three: the pivot table, the recommended pivot table, and the table. In 2013, this is added, right? It is not there before 2010, right? So this will give you an idea what can we have as a report. If you look at this, based on the data, Excel has generated few of the pivot tables. So it's suggested. For example, this is the summary report for BT and KPK based on the contribution margin. Right, if you look at this, this is the report of the cities, right? This is the report of, say, uh, based on the sales rep and so on and so forth. So if we are not developing these sort of reports, just click cancel and go to insert and click pivot table. Now, this will give you a create pivot table dialog box. Now, in this particular dialog box, there are a few things that we need to provide it to this dialog box. Select a table or a range, right? So this right now, this is the range. If we convert this data range into a table and provided the name to this table, the name will comes over here. And since we haven't done that, this is auto-selected. Use an external data source. We can, if we want to
import data range, or is it not?
Sorry?
Is this a dynamic data range or is it not?
No, it is not.
Right now it's not. So
right now it is not. No. Whenever you have to, if we have some new data coming in, we always need to refresh that. Right? Okay, fine. After this range, or say we want to get linked with an external data source, we can also use this particular option, use an external data source, and this will establish a connection with some other external data source. So right now we are not using that. Just select a table or a range, and here choose where you want the pivot table report to be placed. There are two options we have. Either we can generate a pivot table right over in this sheet, or we can generate this in another sheet. So what right now what we'll be doing, we will generating a pivot table in a separate sheet, in a new worksheet. If you click OK, and you will see a new sheet is generated with the name sheet 4, and we have the pivot table field list. All these, which are, if these are the column headers, these represent the column labels, and these are the 4 areas that we will be using and utilizing in a report. Okay, as far as the filters are concerned, I will use it a bit later, but these are the 3 things I will be using most often. Okay, your report has 4 parts. One is the filter, one is the column, one is the value, and one is the row. Okay, if you want to generate a report that we have created using SUMIF function, so what we need to do is just need to click, for example, the region. When I click region, what will happen? That region will comes in the row area, right? Look at this. If I click region, this will comes right over here, and all the unique values will be shown in this particular area. So let's see. If I click region, what will happen? What will happen? You will see that in this particular column there are only 4 unique values which comes over here, right? So if I want to get the sale amount, so if I get the sale amount, I get this. So this is a very, very simple and straightforward report. What will happen? You click the region come over here, and you will have the values of unique values of this particular column in rows. But if you want to have these values not in rows but in columns, what you need to do, you just need to drag these values right over here. So if you drag from here to here, your report changes and you will get the report like this, right? Let me drag it back over here. All those columns which have text values, for example, region, sales, all these are text data. And we have the in the date column we have the numeric data as well. But this is a special case. Invoice date, this column and all these columns have certain default set as far as the pivot table is concerned. Whenever sheet 4, whenever I will be clicking all those values, all those columns that have the text data, that will fall right over here, unless and until I want specifically to be placed in the column area. Look at this. If I click product will come over here. If I use the city will come over here. Everything right in this area, and the default is set like this, right? So right now I don't want to do this. And all those columns which have numerical data, this is the place for in the report. Let the discount, let me check the discount, let me check the contribution margin. So as you see what will happen when I click all of these, all numerical data columns will be placed over here. And since it is a summary, it is a summarizing tool, this generate the sum of the contribution margin, sum of the discount margin, and sum of the sale amount with respect to PTN. If I click and remove that from this area, we have only the sum of sale amount, sum of discount, and sum of a contribution margin, right? So the beauty of this particular pivot table is that if I want to have a look at data from different perspective, say for example, I want to have the data, say from the perspective of city, what I need to do, I just need to click the city. So once I click the city, and you will say your sale amount, sum of discount, and sum of margin will be shown with respect to the cities. So say if I don't want to have this kind of report, but I want to change it to a product. So this is the product wise report. And say, for example, if I want to have the report of this with respect to the sale. So this is how and how quickly you can generate a report like this, right? Okay, fine. There are a few things that we need to look at, and that is, okay, first of all, let's uncheck all of these. Okay, fine. I'm giving you 2 minutes just to practice it, that how we can generate report like this from the perspective of city, product, region, and sales rep. Just quickly click, drag, and see what you can do. I'm just giving you 2 minutes, which is uh, for a thing like this is far more. Okay, I think you have done all of these. Let's do something more of the pivot table. Okay, these are the basic steps of developing a pivot table report. Now, this is what we call a say single dimensional report, right? For example, that again BTN there is region. This is the region. This is the sale rep, and this is the sale amount. Okay, what if we want to generate a two-dimensional report, or which is in the terminology of a database called the cross-tabular report. Cross-tabular report is a two-dimensional report. It takes two columns. For example, I want to generate a report with respect to the region and with respect to a product. So what I need to do is I just need to select the product and drag it to a column. Once I do that, you will see what will happen. You have just generated a report, cross-tabular report or a two-dimensional report in which each row represents the performance of Balochistan of a particular product, right? This is one. Say, if you want to generate a report, similar type of report with a different layout, what you need to do is just drag this over here and put region over here, and you will have a different set of report. So you see how easy it becomes to generate various type of reports, various types of layout. Okay. Similarly, this is the sale amount. But what if I want to generate a report that I want to see that how many quantity of laptops are sold in the region of Balochistan, or for format for what in KP or for in PJP. So what I need to do is I just need to uncheck sale amount and click the quantity, and you have a different report altogether, right? So this is how easy to have a report like this. Okay, fine. Now, there are a few more things that we need to look at. For example, if you want to generate the detail of monitor, for example, some of say that what is the detail of this particular number in the region of PJP, and the product is laptop. Primarily, pivot table is a summarizing tool, right? So this is the summary of, one is the PJB and the monitor. In simple English, what it means, this is the quantity of monitors sold in the region of PJB. So if we want to have a look into the details of this particular value, what you need to do is you just need to double click. Once you double click that item, a new worksheet will open, and that contains the detail of this particular data value. Just double click. I'm double clicking it. Double click, and this new worksheet, which is sheet 5, is generated, and you see in this we have only one region, which is the Punjab, and we have only one product, which is a monitor. So this is the sheet 4, this is the pivot table, and we want to have a look the details of this particular number what we have done, we have just double clicked that, and we have a detailed view, a detailed data set of this number. So let me check this number from a different perspective. This is 3,768, and this is quantity, right? This is quantity. And if you want to cross-check this number, this is the quantity, right? So what you will do, just select the first one, then Control Shift down arrow, select this entire, and if you look at the status bar, this is the sum of this, which is 3768. So this is actually the number, this is the summary, this is the sum of quantity of the monitor sold in the region of PJ, right? Okay. This sheet is only to view the details. So if it is required, you can save it, but normally what we do, we normally delete that. And this can be generated by just a double click, clicking any value within the pivot table. Okay, fine. Okay, then next step. Now, I want to change the layout of this pivot table report. I want to generate a report which look like this once again. I want to generate a report which look like this. I want to have all the values presented in this manner, right? This is my original data set, and I want to present my data using the pivot table report like this. So how should I do this? So first of all, just uncheck everything. Okay, just uncheck everything. Click invoice date, right? This is actually grouping, ungroup, and we have this. Okay, I will use this grouping and ungrouping. If you have only the year group, say if you have only something like this, so what you need to do is you need to right click, ungroup. If you do that, your data should be, these are all the dates which are in this particular sheet, right? Okay. Then the second one, then the region, then the sales rep, then the city, everything. But look at this particular layout. This is something strange. We want to have our data like this, but the report layout shows something different. What we need to do, we need to change the layout. We need to present the data in the form which is more of like this, which is the tabular form. This is the tabular form. And we want to have the data like this in the tabular form, but this is not the tabular form. So in order to convert your data into a tabular form, what is required? You need to change the layout by clicking one of the contextual tab of the pivot table tools, which is design, right? Which is design. So what we need to do, we need to go through the layout. This is the layout, and this is one of the frequently asked question, FAQs, that how we can transform our data into different layouts. Our data is not shown as it is required, right? So let's redo this once again so that I can show some of the feature over here. What I will be doing, I'm clicking region, salesperson, and the product. So this is the region, this is the salesperson, this is the product, and this is the quantity. Similarly, this is okay, I think that's for the time being is small. Okay, So what actually we are having, we have the region at the top, we have the salesperson comes afterward, then we have the product, and right. So these are the three things that we want to show in our report. And this is the sum of quantity, and let it be the discount given and sale amount given. Okay, so this is something that we want to show the data, but in a tabular format. There are three types of design layout in pivot table. If you click the design tab, you will find in the layout group, you will find report layout. If you click report layout, you should find three different forms: compact form, outline form, and show in the tabular form. Right now, this represent data in the compact form. This shows the compact form. Although this is the numerical data, and it has to be right over here, so that is actually not the case. In that particular, all those columns that have textual data are in one column. Look at the column A, we have BTN, which is the value from the region column. We have the Ali, which is the value from the sales rep, and this is the value from the product column. So we have used three different columns, but the data presented in one column. When that is the case, our layout is compact form, right? So we need to transform this data, this layout into a either the tabular or the outline form. In order to do that, click the design, go to the report layout, and show in tabular form or show in outline form. Let's show it outline form. When I click the outline form, your data will be splitted. The column A will be splitted into three different columns, but in a different way. So BTN, we have the region, you have the sales rep, and you have the product, but it is somehow inclined towards the downward side from left to right. Right? So this means we have the BTN, and in the BTN we have something. Mr. Ali have sold these, products. What I want to do is I want to move this to upward, these two upward. So I want the level to be the same. So in order to do that, click the report layout, show in tabular form, and I have something which I want. But there are few things which I don't want. That is, for example, Mr. Ali total. I want a mean total. I don't want these subtotals. So what I need to do is I go to the layout tab, I go to the subtotal, click that, and do not show subtotal. When I click do not show subtotal, what will happen? These are all gone. So if you want to show your subtotal, you can show your subtotal right at the bottom, or you can at the top. In either case, you can have the ability to show total where you want to be. But right now we don't want to have the subtotal. So click do not show subtotal. And we want these values, which is a blank cell. We want to fill these blank cells with BTN, right? We want to fill this with the KPK, and so is with Ali, Amin, etc., etc. So again, you need to click the design tab. You need to report layout and show in tabular form, and repeat all item labels. When you click OK, and you will see your data is in the tabular form, which actually is the required format, right? So this is. I'm giving you 1 minute to practice it.
And in the meanwhile, we can take some questions.
Okay, yes, in the meantime, we are taking few questions. We are looking at the question.
Zishan is saying, Zishan Afzal, that is, I'm checking all the numerical data, but they are not automatically coming into the value box in pivot table. They are shown in the rows box. Even these have all numerical data. Why is
Okay. Should I answer right now? Okay. Okay, fine. What, Zishan, you need to check the format of the column, the values that's shown as numbers. Maybe these are not as numbers. These are represented in the text format. So you need to convert it into a numeric value number format. Once you do that, this should appear in the value column. That is.
And I think it's important to note that there are some numbers which are not to be considered values. So, for example, phone numbers.
Oh yes.
They are not values. They are to be treated as text because they never like to add phone numbers to each other or by any mathematical operation on numbers.
Yes, yes, yes.
So, Zishan, if you're working on the same data that we've shared with you, right, you should be able to see the trend that Mr. Khurram explained. The next question is from Asfandia. He's saying, why does the pivot table get disabled when I convert the whole column of numbers into accounting format?
Disabled?
He says it gets disabled if you convert values into accounting format.
This should not be the case.
Okay, can we quickly check? Find the accounting format. And then, yeah, I would also have.
So if you check, I've just converted the sale amount into the account format. It looks fine.
Okay, is this
It's just fine. Okay, maybe I don't know, but it was just fine over here.
Asim Masood is asking how we use name of the field in output instead of number of count. The name of the field instead of number of count.
Name of the field. They want name of the field. I don't get this question.
Asim, can you please elaborate your question? There are a few more questions pouring in now. All right. Imran Yunus, sorry, Asmatullah Menon is saying, can you please repeat the last step? We don't know which step you're talking about, but once the practice is done, we very quickly repeat what we've just done. Imran Yunus, can you please repeat how did you level them all in one row? Okay, I see that. Can you please repeat grouping and ungrouping?
Okay, I will do that a bit later.
Yeah, Mohammed Adil is saying, can we get the actual values in the values box in pivot table rather than the sum count of their or that attribute? So instead of applying a mathematical function on the values, can we have the actual values there? Why would you need the actual values if you're not summarizing? If you want the order string, all right. Asmatullah is saying, what if we want to add some values manually in a cell?
Manually, we don't do that. We can't do that in pivot table.
Exactly, pivot table doesn't have that. Rahat Jahan is saying it seems like we can also use some ifs instead of pivot. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I think some ifs has a different application. The features of some ifs are available in pivot. Pivot is such a vast sort of area that quite a few functions
Okay, let me clarify the difference between SUMIF and pivot table. Okay, one of the limitations that we had in pivot table that it is applied on one data source, right? So this is one data source. But and of course that if we want to have the result of SUMIF function, yes, we can have the SUMIF function. But in the using the SUMIF function, you have the liberty and the flexibility to use data ranges from multiple worksheets, from multiple workbooks. So you can use the 3D formulas in using SUMIF function. That is the limitation in the pivot table. I hope that answers your question. So SUMIF function have some other objective, pivot table have some other objective, yes, but we can have some of the functionality of SUMIF function in pivot table. I think we should move.
Yeah, there are still more questions. Can we customize subtotals? Can we make charts?
Yes, we can make
all
charts.
This is coming. All this is coming.
Some of the things are coming, so don't worry.
If some values are missing from data, say 15% of, for example, your quantity column, how can you make a system that's intelligent that can fill these using averages? Fill empty cells using averages. I don't think that's
okay. We can fill empty spaces with few characters, maybe dashes, maybe dash, maybe zero. That we can do, but we won't be able to fill the empty cells with the averages. Okay, let me clarify one more thing. A pivot table is a summarizing tool, right? Summarizing tool. Summarizing means either you can add, you can count, you can get an average, right? So your pivot table is generated using some average count, right? So if you have one report using the sum function, you can have all the values using the sum function. So you cannot have the values using the average function, right? I hope that answers.
I think we can move on.
Okay, fine. I hope you have
A couple of things. Grouping and ungrouping.
Okay.
Very quickly have.
Okay, that we will do that. Don't worry. That we will do. Don't worry.
Some of these concepts will be repeated many times as we go along.
Okay, yes. Some of the questions will be answered later automatically, so don't worry. Okay. One of the questions that is relevant to this task that we are doing, that is that we want to get this data alongside this, the way it is. Look at this, I want to show in compact form. My data is something look like this. I'm using show data right over here, right? I don't want to do not repeat all items. I don't want to have the off for rows and columns, something that I have the data like this. Let me get few things out of, so make it more clear and more simpler. Okay, I have this sort of a data. This is, let me very quickly go through like this. I have the sale of amount like this, right? So this is BTN. I want to add something to this data set. I want to see the breakup of region with the product. For example, if I click the product, what will happen? So this is the summary of this, all the and we have laptop, all the products right over here, right? So the beauty of this thing is that it is very useful in the presentations. So if you have all stuff like this and you just want to view the summary of the breakup of the KP with respect to a product, what you need to do is just need to click, for example, the KPK If you click this plus sign, and you will have like this. So that is the advantage of using the compact form. You can have various, say for example, I want to add one more thing, maybe the sales rep. So if I click that, my data although is in this form, but I want to see that in the region of KPK, what is the division of the product, and later I want to see that what sales represent has made what sort of sales. So if you click the KPK, right? So this is the variation. This is what we have the laptop. If I click this thing, all of this, right? I have this. So you see that I have in the region of KPK, these are the products sold, and this is the sale amount. But if you want to have the look in the details of maybe the LCD, if you click this one, and you will see this is how it goes down, and this is how the things break up from top to down, right? So this is one thing. Okay, this is expanded labs. Okay, so if you click any of the this one and use then right click and say expand or collapse, expand entire field, right? Something like this. So it will be expand everything right in front of it. So this is the way your compact form being used. So if you have the compact form, maybe you need the subtotal like this. And if you don't want to see the subtotal of all of these, you just need to go the design tab, the subtotal, and do not show subtotal. It all form, right? Now I want to transform this data into a form which is all leveled, which is actually in the tabular form. So what we need to do, just go to the report layout, right, and click the show in tabular form. Show in tabular form. So this will label each and everything, right? So if you click, you see you have everything in place. So what you need to do is you need to design tab, and you have the report layout, which is repeat all items. So this is levels. So this is the BTN, this is the laptop. So this is how the report layout is important, that how you want to present your data. So if it is the compact form, this is good for presentation. This is good for the summarized report, right? And this is sometime people may use it to look at in a different way, but the purpose is the same. It produces reports in a variety of layouts, right? Okay. Now, what I'm doing now, I'm unchecking each and everything. Apart from sales amount, I go back to say region. Let region be over here, and I want your product. Your product will be here. Okay. Now this is the report. Okay, this is the report, and I want to change the aggregation mode now. This is, look at, this is the sum of sale amount. This is the sum of sale amount. What you need to do, just select any of one, right click, and look at this, summarize value by. It is sum, it is count, it is average, and there are a few more things attached to it. If you want to change your aggregation mode from sum to average, maybe, if you click average, so the whole data set is now changed. Now this is not the sum, this is the average. So if you want to change this into a count, right click, summarize value by, and then the count. Now this is the count of the data items that are present in your main data set, right? So this is a different way of presenting your data. Okay. Now I will show you how you can present the same data, but not in the aggregation mode, but in a different mode. Let me go back to summarize value by sum, right? And I want to add the grand total as well. This is on for both. This is the grand total. Now I want to show this data into a different perspective, different point of view, so that you can analyze your data in a different way. This is the summary, right? It shows something, but if you want that this report should speak something different, that provides some different meaning, in order to do that, present these numbers in a different format. All these numbers are the same, but based on these numbers, you want to present your data in a different way, maybe in terms of percentages. Okay, in order to do that, what you need to do, you need to just right-click any of the cell, then instead of summarizing value by, show values as. Now, show values as will give you a handful of options. So, for example, let it be percentage of grand total. So, if you click OK, and you will see not the percent of grand total, let me show values as percentage of column total. Okay. This is the column and this is the total. So this is the report. It shows something different. Although at the back end, the values are the same. It is summarized with using a sum function, but it is represented in the percentage form. If you look at this particular sheet, if this particular column, this will give you the contribution of various products in a particular region. So this shows something very valuable. This is the piece of information on the basis of which you can make some sort of decisions. This clearly shows that in the region of Balochistan, you have the monitor and the problem which are in problem. The sale of the monitor and the printer goes down. And if you look at, this is the same trend all over. This is the same trend all over. In all the regions, the monitor and the printer, their sale is very, very low as compared, or their contribution towards this sale is only 6.44% as for printer, and this is for a monitor. And similarly, this report can be presented in a different way, that is the percent of row total. Now, this is something, this will provide you a different picture. Look at this. This is the row-wise contribution, and it looks evenly balanced. Everything is around about 25%. So everything is contributing rightly towards this. So that is, but as far as this report is concerned, which is the percent of column total, this shows that there is a problem in the area of monitor and in the area of printer, and we need to look into that why it is happening. So we can, on the basis of this particular report, either we can investigate or we can do something to boost up the sales of printer and the monitor in this particular area, right? Okay, if you say want to change back to normal, what you need to do is you need to again right click show values as, and then you have the no calculation. If you click no calculation, your data set get back to normal. Okay. I'm giving you a 2 minute, okay, just to apply this concept of show values as and show summarize value by, and I will come to you after 2 minutes. So in the meantime, we can have a look at the questions.
Yes, there are a couple of interesting questions. One question was, can a pivot table be applied to one data set only, or can there be a pivot table that uses data from two data sources? So, yeah, Power Pivot.
Okay, fine.
Related.
As far as the traditional pivot table is concerned, that is the limitation, that we can have only have one data source in place. So in order to use multiple data sources using the traditional pivot table feature, first of all, we need to consolidate that data. We need to first consolidate that data. Once it is being consolidated, then we can use the data again, but it will be a single source, right? But if we want to use our data, use multiple data sources using a pivot table, so we need to understand the concept of Power Pivot.
Yeah, and that's very complicated.
So right now we will not be discussing that. We will be doing it a bit later. So after lunch, maybe, or maybe in between the lunch and tea break, somewhere in between. Yeah. So that can be considered.
Another question is, can we select dynamic range for a pivot table?
Dynamic range for a pivot table. Okay. When your data is converted into a table, so there is no need for doing that. It is already been, it is a dynamic in character, right? So there is no need.
So in range
okay, let me clarify one thing. Whenever you create a pivot table for a particular data set, that data set is moved to the area which is the memory area, which is known as the pivot cache. It is, that area is dedicated to that data which is being loaded from your data, right? And all your reports are generated from that particular pivot cache, right? So whenever you have some new data coming in, you need to refresh. I will show you the button where the refresh is. When you need to press that refresh button. When you press the refresh button, all the data that is being appended to the original data source, they move into the pivot cache, and that the impact of that data will be reflected in the pivot table, right? Oh, yes, Kyle.
Very quickly, how can the tabular format be made default? Is that a possibility or no?
Okay, maybe not.
Okay, let me check. How to put formula in pivot table? I think that's been explaining, like percentages, A minus B is equals to C. I think we can only use the specifically available function in pivot table.
Okay. Still, a lot of things can be we need to discuss. Okay, we can extend the columns which are not present in the original data set. We can extend the columns. Don't worry, we will be doing that.
Okay. Asadullah Khan Rajput is saying, how can we see the values and percentages side by side? I mean, he wants to see the values and percentages. Then he says, how can we see the values? Okay. This was a particular problem that I faced 2 days back. Should I take a few more questions and then we answer them in one go? There are only about 2-3 questions. If the sorted and filtered pivot data needs to be shared with someone, please guide what can be done to stop the recipient to unfilter or sort the data back to the original pivot table. So he wants to lock the cells once the data has been shared. So we look at that. Abbas Khan is saying, can we change the defaults
from tabular format to, we're already discussing it. There is a blank column with name of blank on my sheet. How to remove that?
Just filter that, blank will be gone.
So the pivot table in this case, Noor Green is the name. The pivot table is showing a blank column.
Blank column?
Does that mean that there must be some cells blank in the original data because of which is happening? This is what you pointed out before we started the pivot tables. That if there are empty cells in your data range, that means your data is not normalized, then that would mean that your final outcome will show things like this.
Okay, if you're using this sample data, right, that there should not be the case, right? But if you are using some other data
which has blank cells,
which has blanks, so it simply means that your data set is not normalized.
I think let's take on questions one by one now, the ones you asked. Percentages and...
Okay, let me try this thing. For example, we have something like this. We have, let me first this go and this go, right? So what we need to do is we need to have one more data set like this, right? And then we have to show as values of the percentage of column total, something like this. So that is maybe the thing that you want to see. So this is the way, this is the normal way, this is one way, and this is actually the percent of total. So what you need to do is you need to drag the same field, and then just select one of the cell and then right click and then show values as, and whatever from the percent of column, click that and you will have the answer. We will be doing something like this after the lunch break, right? Something, we have multiple columns and we will be generating few more data based on that column, right? So this is one way of presenting the same data in two different ways, right? Okay, fine. So show values, no calculation, and drag it back, and we have all gone. Okay, since we are left with only 6 minutes before the break, so 1 and 2 in between, I will be giving few a little thing. Okay, let me do a very simple stuff for you, and that is the slicer thing. As we have done in the Excel table, there is a slicer. You can have this, you can have a slicer to filter this report, right? So what we need to do is analyze, go to the filter and click insert slicers. Now you have one slicer. For example, we want to look this data from the perspective of maybe city, maybe from the perspective of, okay, let it be first of all by product. Let's go one by one. Then the product. We have this product. Now, if we want to filter this data with respect to product, so simply this is the case, this is the project, this is this, and this is that. Now, I want to add another option, another slicer. This is analyze, this is insert slicer, and now this time I will be using the sales rep and the city. So I have sales rep, city, and product. I have 3 different slices, right? So one is this, I have these 3 different slicers. Now, first of all, let's look at the beauty of this particular. I'm clicking Aptabad. So we know Aptabad is in the region of KPK. It all gone, right? If I uncheck that and if I say, for example, Gwadar is in the region of BTN. It all gone. This is BTN. This is Gwadar. This is BTN, right? So it is interlinked. All these things are interlinked. So we can have all the slices in place and we can generate a report like this. Okay. We can have laptop. This is the laptop. Summary of laptop in all regions. If I click Ali, this is the summary of Mr. Ali as far as the laptops are concerned, right? Now, what I want to do is I want to use this particular slicer in order to generate a report, but I want to have something which is, say, maybe this slicer are too much and I want to say organize this slicer. Organize this slicer in such a way that I have some rooms available to do something else. So in order to do that, what we need to do is we need to transform these slicer. So first of all, for example, I want to say transform this slicer or say realign this slicer in a different way. I want to put that over here, but I want that it should have 2 columns, or maybe it should have 3 columns, so 1, 2, 3. So I want to present that data in 2 columns. So click that one. If you select this slicer, contextual tube of slicer tools will be active. You click that and you will see right over here, you will have the columns. If you click 2, what will happen? The columns will be changed. And if you want to add another one, this will be changed, right? So this is the height. If you want to say either increase or decrease the height, so of the button, if you increase that, buttons, the height of the buttons will be increased. If you decrease that, this will be shortened. And say if you want to say increase the width, you can increase the width, or you can resize this by doing this thing. Height will be, say, you want to decrease that, right? You want to increase the width or decrease the width. So this is the buttons and the columns that you want to do. So you can move it over here. Similarly, you can use this. So we have, I guess, 12 or 16. So we can have option. We have 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we have more than that. Then we need to increase the width. We need to increase the width. Okay, increase the width. We need to decrease the height. Okay, we need to decrease the width. Okay, move it right over here, and similarly we can do something with this. Right now I'm not doing this, I'm just aligning it like this. Now this is the data I want to present graphically as well. So what I will be doing, I will be using clicking the analyze button, moving the pivot chart, clicking the pivot chart, and once I click that, I will have this option. So these are the various charts that I can select from. Right now I'm using only this chart and putting it right over here. Putting it right over here. I think that is finalize, and I want to close this so that I have more room for this chart. Okay, fine. Now this is small dashboard that we have created using the slicer thing. So this is the data set, and based on this data, this chart is derived. And if you click one thing, then you see that how data is changing. For example, Mr. Ali, Mr. Amin, David, so you can represent the data in a variety of ways. I think let's take a break. It's 2 minutes past 1, or 3 minutes past 1 rather. We have a 1 hour break, lunch and mass break, right? We will resume our session right after one hour. In the meantime, you practice these pivot table feature, and and if you have any question, do let us know. Just type it, and we will be answering those questions.
Maybe a good idea to give them an assignment. So when we come back, they will in that.
Okay. There is a very interesting suggestion by one of my colleague here. Okay, what you can do is a very, very short assignment. What you are asked to do is, okay, let me do something for you. What actually we want to do. We have something, let me check. Okay. Let me very, very quickly do something. Okay. So I want region over here, I have a product over here. I want, say, insert slicer, region, and silver. Okay, develop. This is a very, very short assignment. What you need to do is develop a mini dashboard like this. So what you need to do is whenever you click one of the slicer over here, so if I click this BTN, this data represent BTN, and based on this data you have this chart. And similarly, if I click Ali, it means that Mr. Ali in the region of Balochistan have sold this much of made this much of sale of the various product, and this should represent in the chart as well. So this is the mini assignment, right? I hope you can do this. It's a very, very simple stuff. You can do that in 3 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So while they're having lunch.
While they have lunch.
There's a very interesting comment by one of the participants. His name is Imran. He's saying, "Why do you have to take breaks so frequently? We are enjoying this session. Shawwal, you should continue." So I think it's important that we take breaks and we practice alongside.
The point is,
use of this session.
The focus level or of the attendees is actually not more than 50 minutes. So we have actually extended to 90 minutes, right? So we do need a break after every 90 minutes. We should have break after every 90 minutes, right?
Yes. Yeah, I think for retention.
Yes, for retention and so. Okay, see you after 1 hour. It's 6 minutes past 1. So around what that time after 1 hour. See you after the break. Okay, ji, welcome back. Hopefully you have enjoyed your meal.
And the assignment.
And the assignment as well. And hopefully you have done this assignment. It's a very simple one. And if you have any query, any question regarding this, do let us know. We will be addressing your question, but not now, but at the end of the session. Okay, fine. Let's do something more about pivot tables. Okay, fine. Let me delete this. Okay, not deleting right now. Okay. I'm creating another pivot table from the same data source. Okay. I hope all are back now.
People are coming back. Someone is saying they can't hear us. I don't think that's an issue from our end. Yeah. I think we have.
Okay. Okay, ji, welcome back once again. Let's resume. And hopefully you have done your simple assignment of 3 minutes, right? Now let's do something more. Okay, let's continue with this chart thing. Okay, what we want to do is that we have created one pivot table right now. But now what we'll do is we will be creating 2 or maybe 3 more pivot tables from the same data source. We will be having few slices, and then we will be generating 1 or 2 charts, and we will be connecting all these objects with the slices. So let's do that. Okay, fine. What we can do now, we will be having, let it be the product once again, product. Then we have the quantity, that is number 1. Now this is one pivot table. I'm creating another pivot table from the same data source. I can do that in 2 different ways, right? So first of all, what I will be doing, I'm going back to the data source, select any of the cells, insert pivot table, but now I will be creating this pivot table not in the new worksheet but the existing worksheet, right? So click this one. This will allow you to specify the location. So either you can type or you can click this collapse button, go back or locate where you want to produce this. So I want to generate this right over here. So I will just click over here and click that one and click OK. So another pivot table comes here. I will be doing the same thing, that is the product, and now this time I will be using the sales. And then I will be doing the same thing once again, but this time I will be copying this by selecting one of the cell of the pivot table and then click Control A. Once I Control A, the whole pivot table is selected. Then I just giving Control C and Control V. This is the same pivot table, right? I have covered it, but what I will be doing, I'm changing the scenario from sales amount to maybe discount. say maybe discount. So these are the three pivot tables that I have just created. So what I will be doing now, I will be connecting all these three tables with a slicer so that these three pivot tables will be changed as per the requirement of the slicer. So, but before doing this, I need to do one thing more. As we did in the tables, that by specifying the names of the table, we need to provide the names of the pivot table as well. How can we do that? Just click any cell of one of the pivot table, then go to Analyze, and here you will find the pivot name. So what you will be doing, click this one and just say PTQTY maybe. So PT is a pivot table and it is for quantity, right? And click enter. So we have just named this pivot table as the PTQTY. Click any of the cell of the second one, go to the Analyze and go to the pivot table group and you will find pivot table. Just click type PT, maybe sale amount, sale EMP, and press enter. Repeat this for the discount, Analyze, and this is PT discount. PT discount. So we have just created three pivot tables and named them. This is the PT quantity, PT sale amount, and PT discount. Now I will be inserting few slices. One, I will be inserting a slicer that is, for example, the sales rep, and one for the region. So these are the two inserts that I want to. Okay. So I have two slices with me. So what I can do is I realign it a bit because these are the small slices, so I don't need to worry about. So these are the slicer. I need to align it over here, somewhere here, and move it over here. Okay, so these are the two slices that I have just created. I can just make it a bit aligned. So what will I do? I will just increase the height so it is bit aligned. Okay. Now if I click BTN, only this is changed. Ali, this is changed. So if you look at this, if you're selecting one of the slicer or both the slicer, only this pivot table is changed. What we need to do is we need to connect these two slicer with this pivot table and this pivot table so that whenever we select one of the option of the slicer, they change accordingly, right? So that we are doing. In order to do that, the task is very, very simple and straightforward. You need to select one of the slicer, then either right click and select report connections, or you can click option and you will have report connection. From both places you should have like this. This is the report connection region. Now look at this, we have the PT discount, PT quantity, and PT sale amount. I have named it because I want to make it sure that what pivot table I'm connecting to. So I will click this one and that one and click OK. So I click OK. So if you look at this, now it is changed. The values are being changing, right? And if I click that one, it is not changed. So I need to repeat this process for this as well. So I click right click, then I need to say report connection and this, and I have this. click OK. Now both the slicer are now connected with these three pivot tables, and on the basis of this pivot table we can generate a pivot chart. Number one, so this is chart number one. This is analyze. This is chart number two. So this is chart number two. And this one, and this is chart number three. So maybe we can put one over here. Okay, and we just do like something like this. Okay, now this we have a report for the quantity. This is report for the sale amount, and this is for the discount. Now if I click either of these will be changed and this will be changed. So if I click BTN, you will see the data is changed, KPK, the data is changed, PJB, the data is changed, and so is the chart. And for example, I want to see in the region of BTN, Mr. Ali, what the performance of Mr. Ali is. So if I click this, so this is the report that I have generated on the basis of this selection. This is the data set that Ali has sold this much of laptop, this much of product in the region of BTN, and this is actually the sale amount, and this is actually the discount. So this is a dashboard, and this is you have created using a pivot table, right? So this is all about as far as the dashboard is concerned and the connectivity of the slicer is concerned. One thing that I can do with this slicer thing as well. So, okay, those who are having 2013 or 16, they can use this feature. But those who are having 2007 or 10, I'm sorry, they can't do that, but still the feature exists in 2013 and it is a good feature. So let's see that what this feature is. And this is again a slicer, but this slicer is a bit different. Click any of the pivot table, go to analyze, and you have another slices right over here, which is insert timeline. If you click that, and there is only one date column here, and if you click that and click OK, you will have a slicer right over here. This slicer is give you a timeline perspective. You can look that particular data. You can analyze the data of from any perspective if you have these sort of slicer with the perspective of salesperson and with the perspective of PG. Look at this. If I want to convert this data into years, what I need to do, I just need to select that. So 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So these are the 6 years of the data. So if I click 2011, this data has changed. This hasn't. Simply means that we need to connect this slicer with the remaining pivot table as well. So just right click, report connections, and you need to click and you need to do that. Okay, now, so this is the 2001, this is the 2011, this is the 2000, and similarly, if you want to view the performance or analyze the performance of Mr. Ali in various regions. So just click Ali. So this is for 2013. This is in the region of KPK. This is in BTN. This is in the region of KPK. This is in the region of PJB, and this is in the region of SND. So this is one of the dashboard that I've created using the pivot table feature. I hope you have understood this concept, right? If it does, allow me to move to the next topic.
I think we can give them a minute to practice.
Okay, fine. Just take a minute or two to just practice it, and then we'll move to the next topic of pivot table.
Muhammad Fahim is asking, can you please repeat how enter slicer of invoice date? Can you please repeat how we enter slicer?
Okay, it's very simple. It is the same way as you have inducted the other slicer. Let me do it for you very quickly. So we don't have the other slicer, just we need to click one of this pivot table, go to analyze, and then you have, in the filter section you have the insert timeline. So if you click that, we have only one column in the data source which is of date type that are having dates. So just we have one, click that, click OK, and you will have that. But make sure you need to connect this slicer with the remaining pivot table as well, and you can do so by clicking that, right click that report connection, and then the remaining two pivot table. So this is it. Or you can go, you can have various options associated with it, either years, either months, right? So this is for all period, and this is something like this.
How to add a graph? I think where it's very simple. Select the pivot table, press Control 1, or go to the pivot chart.
As far as the normal ranges or the Excel tables are concerned, you need to select and press Alt F1. So that is the simplest way. But if you want to develop a chart, okay, let me develop these three charts once again. It's quite simple and won't take much time. So for example, these are the data set that I'm having, and on the basis of which I want to create a chart. Look at this, how simple this is. Select any of the cell of this pivot table, go to analyze, and just click pivot table. If you click that, options comes, and double click that, and you are having this chart. Similarly, you can select any of this, go to analyze, then you have the pivot table. This time you want to say go to the pie chart, double click, and you are having the pie chart, right? And similarly, third one, analyze, and then you have the pivot chart. Select any of the cells that you want to look at. For example, area, bar. Okay, this time bar, and click OK, and you have the chart. So this is how easy and straightforward this is. Pivot chart is already connected to this chart. You just need to click that the pivot chart option, and it does the rest for you.
Can the slicer feature be downloaded as an add-in in 2007 or 10?
No.
I think we can move on.
Okay, fine. I hope you have practiced these things. Okay, let me few more things that we can use over here. Okay, let me go back to the sheet 1. Okay, fine. I'm giving you a very interesting scenario. That is, I'm creating a blank new pivot table in the new sheet, and I'm using this column values and row and the filter as well, right? For example, my layout is something like this. For example, I have a region right over here. I want to have a product right over here, and I want to say have a sale amount right over here. This is a report. This is the report. Okay. This is the report, And this is the report for all the cities, and this is the report for all the salesperson. We want to have a look at, without using a slicer, to filter this report. One way of doing this is using a slicer, of course, but another way of this is that if you select this, drag it to filters area, you have the sales representative here, and if you click any of these, for example, Ali, and you have Ali. This is, for example, Manish, and if you look at, you have the data set of Manish. This is how you filter the pivot table reports, but this is now obsolete. This is now obsolete since the
Make us feel as if we are obsolete, the ones with older versions.
No, but the reason is that why this filter feature is still here. If it is obsolete, that this filter feature should not be here as well, right? So it must be changed. It must be deleted from this data set, from this pivot fields. But the point is, filtering a data this way is no more in use. But the reason why this feature is still here is of another very important and interesting feature. Okay, just assume that if someone or your bosses have asked you to prepare an individual report of all the sales rep, right? So what I'm saying, I want to have a report for Mr. Ali. That report should have data like this. I have another report for Mr. Amin, and that report should have data of this form, of this value. But I want an individual report simultaneously on the different sheets as well, right? So what I will be doing, I will be generating reports of same layout, but with all these salesperson. This is very, very interesting. Okay, let's see how we can generate reports of this layout of various sales rep. So what you need to do is, you just need to click the Analyze button. Okay, first of all, you need to place the sales rep right over here. If it is not here, it won't work, right? So just drag it over here once again, and now we can prepare a report of sales rep simultaneously on various sheets. And similarly, if we don't want to prepare this, but rather we want to generate a report of cities, so this can be done in the same way. So I will be doing the sales rep report, and you will be doing the city. So that should just click any of the cells, go to Analyze, and in the pivot table section, you have options over here. Click that option part, and you should see Show Report Filter Pages. When you click Show Report Filter Pages, this is sales rep. It is report filter. This is filters. So sales rep is here because of this field fall right in that area. Now, once you select and click OK, you should see the sheets of these all pivot tables with the name of your sales rep. I'm clicking it right now, click OK, and you will see we have Ali, Amin, David, Manish, and Nisar. This is the report that is being generated using this feature, Show Report Filter Pages. This is, I hope it's clear. Okay, fine. one more thing, that if you want to delete all of these files that you have created, what you need to do is select the first sheet that is being generated, then you click the shift and click the last one. So all these sheets are selected, and then click the right button and click the delete and click delete, and you see all the sheets are being deleted. Right, so I'm giving you 2 more minutes to just practice it. This is something important about the pivot tables.
Look at some questions in the meanwhile.
Yes, we can. Should have.
Okay, Mohammed Ahmed Khan is saying you could have just copied pivot tables to different sheets. But I think this was more convenient. Just by one command, you've created 5 or 10 or how many, the number of sales reps.
And thousands of files being generated with this option.
Yeah, exactly.
In one of my client, his requirement is to generate almost 1,000, almost 700 sheets at the end of each day. And he asked me, I have a problem like this. I've just showed them how you can do that. And this is, so with a click of a second, these 700 sheets are generated in almost five minutes maybe, depending on the data size.
Okay, Jawad Latif has asked, can we combine all the sales rep data in one sheet rather than separate sheets? Just like create a separate sheet for each sales rep, can we have all of them in one sheet in different tables?
It is already in one sheet. It is segregated.
No, but can we see all of them together in one sheet?
No, you can't.
Okay.
Yes, we can combine, we can reverse that process. Yes, we can. We can have, but that we can do through the macros.
Kamran is asking if there is any way to generate such reports with a slicer.
No.
No. Muhammad Umar Bashir is saying, very nice training, keep going, keep up guys, you people are awesome. I'm sure he's talking about you.
It's about you.
Thank you very much, Umar. Thank you for participating. I hope you find the last part of this training valuable as well. Usman Khan is saying, can you show again how to delete the sheets? So I think selecting multiple sheets.
Okay. Okay. Harun is reading few of the question. In the meantime, I will show you how to do that. Okay, let me generate a report of, say,
sorry. There are 2 other questions where people are saying, can you please tell how did we generate multiple sheets and then how we delete them? So I ask you to take a step back, quickly repeat.
Okay. In fact, these 2 questions will be answered the way I'm doing it.
Okay, all right, excellent. Thank you. So those who asked this question, please watch carefully now.
Okay, the first thing that is that you need to develop a layout. Okay, fine. I'm doing it in a different way now. I'm reproducing, I'm regenerating another report. For example, I want to generate a report like this. I want to repair, this is a city-wise report. This is the product. And the product is right over here. And I want to have the quantity. So this is the report that I want to generate, and it is for say regions. So what I will drag it over here. So this is the report that I want to generate for each of the region, for each of the 4 regions. So how you can do that? It's very simple, straightforward. Click the Analyze button. And on the extreme left, you will have the pivot table group, and in that you have the options. click option and you will have the show report filter pages. So this is the option that will do that. So if you click show report filter pages, you will find all the region field, because region field is right over here. If there are more than one fields in this area, all these will be right over here. We need to select one of those. Since there is only one over here, we have selected this and click OK. Once I click OK, I should have 4 different sheets with the name BTN, KPK, BGP, and SND. I'm clicking it now. So I'm clicking it. I have, so this is the sheet of Mr. KPK. This is BJB. This is SND. So these are the 4 sheets, and you can see that we have in each region there are 4 cities. So we have the report like this. But if you want to delete these sheets, so how we can delete those sheets is simple and straightforward. So click the first sheet. For example, I want to delete these 4 sheets, or I want to delete sheet from here to here. What I need to do, I need to select one, then click the shift button and go to the last one that I want to delete. So if I click, then all of the sheets in between will also be selected, and then just you need to right click and select what you want to do with that. So you want to delete it, so click that button and it will ask you a question whether you want to delete it or not. So if you want to delete, just delete the button and it's all gone. Right, so
there's another interesting question, Varun, and that is around applying multiple filters to the same column. And I think this calls for the AND OR operator and applying multiple filters to a single variable. So for example, I want to filter out data for 2 provinces together, applying one filter, or 3 salespeople together, applying one filter. So can we quickly have a look at that?
I haven't come across a situation like this, but say for example, we have 2 filters over here. Okay, I'm just trying it.
Yeah.
Right. We have 2 filters over here. Right. That's actually we want to have. And we want to see that in the region of BTN, and okay, that's I don't think. Okay, let me see. One is BTN, and one is, for example, Ali. So I should have got 239 water. Okay, let's try it. But I don't think we'll be able to do that over here and or. But since the question is there, let's try it. The good way of doing it the way it is. Shows sports filter pages. If it's selected, no, it doesn't select it one at a time.
But if it is the same variable but multiple values, for example, if I want to check Faisalabad and Ahmedabad, in one pivot table. So that can be done through a filter, right?
That can be done through a filter.
Yeah, not pivot table.
But not pivot table. That can be done using the slicer, that we can do that, but we cannot generate the sheet based on this concept. It only select one of and it will do, right?
Can we add sum if in pivot table?
There is no need to use sum if in pivot table because it is already built in.
Yeah.
It is already built in.
And there are so many filters all around your pivot table.
Yes.
You are almost doing the same thing as doing a sum if.
So you see that pivot table, you can summarize your data, you can generate your data, you can analyze your data. You're analyzing your data, isn't it? Right? You can present your data in so many different ways, right? just ask the question and it will generate a report for you. Okay, there are a few more things that we can do with the pivot table. Let's do that and then finish it. Right? Okay, for example, we have another another report. Says something like this. We have the invoice data, okay. So we have this data, and we have, for example, the sales amount. Or we may have the discount, we have the contribution margin. And so this is one of the report that we are having. Right? So what we need to do is we need to present your data in a different way. This is the date column, this is the invoice date. So we have how many rows of data? We have almost, no, actually I have double clicked that. Where is the, okay, this is the report. So if you look at this, I have almost the data of 1,340 rows. So what can I do is I can represent this data in a different way. I can organize the data in a different way by grouping in terms of month or in terms of year maybe. So look at this, select any of the cell of the date column. Either click analyze or group field, or just click right and you will find group. Click group and you should have this option with you. So we have starting date at this, we have ending date at this, or you can just change your dates and just click months, for example. If you click months, your data is represented in or grouped in terms of months. But remember, you have almost 5 years of data. So in each month there is January. In each year there is, it is the January, 5 times January is actually added together. So what we need to do is we need to represent data in terms of years as well. So what you need to do, just select one of and right click, and then you need to group, and now you need to say select areas. Now this is the month, this is the year, and click OK, and you see your data is presented the way it should be. So this is the 5 years of data, and you can analyze and you can group field. Okay, I'm doing the okay. So expand relax, expand entire field here. Okay, so I have this 5 years of data. So you have just reorganized the data into years, and if you want to say look at any of the year details, just click this one and you will have data like this. So
or you can create slicers and select years.
Yes. Now right click and you have say ungroup, and we have the data back to its normal. Okay, one of the questions that someone has asked me, since it is a summarizing tool and you want to present your data as it is a normal original data. I think that was the question someone has asked, right?
Yeah.
Someone has asked a question that they want to present the same data in the pivot table as it is shown in the raw data, in the original data. So that's we will doing. What we need to do is just click all of these, the way it is. Just click that, everything, not this one, not quarters. Okay, first of all, we need to sum of pairs, just analyzing. Okay, just let me do it for you. Just give me a minute. Let me do one bit more. This is here, this is here, this is the invoice date, and this is okay, fine. So this is one. This is region. This is sales rep, and design subtotal do not shows of grand total show, and report layout. Report layouts tabular. Repeat all the titles, and now city, not P code, product, quantity, price, contribution margin, discount, and sales amount. Now look at this. This is the data. It is represented in the same way as it is shown in the data set, except one or two columns. The columns are, I haven't used the air column, right, and I haven't used the in between, which is hidden. So this is the data. This is the data which is represented in the pivot table. Okay. Now few more things, and then we will finish. We will close this. These are the buttons. Sometimes these are the buttons we don't want to show. So what you can do, that you can click any of the cells, go to analyze, and you have these few things available with you. We have the field list. If you click that field list, this will go on. This is the field list area. If you want to click this, all this button will go off. If I click this one, this all will go off. If I click field headers, all will go off, right? So these are few of the things, and anything that need to be shared. Okay, I think that's it. Okay, I'm giving you 1 minute to present the data in this form. Just go it. And rather, let me analyze, get one slicer, maybe a region, click OK, and put your slicer over here. This is one way of generating and producing a report. This is, let it be options, 4 columns. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe you are doing one more slicer, and that is, for example, Mr. Sales Rep. Okay, click OK. And your options 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there are 5. Okay, fine.
There are 2 questions.
Okay, fine. Just give me a minute. Okay, this is all the data set that you are having, right? So you can filter this data using these slicer. For example, if you want to you look at your data in this way, all the details of the data, you just click, you will have all the data of BTN. And if you click Ali, so you will have all the data of Mr. Ali, and similarly, you can have filter data and in the pivot table as well. So all the details are filtered using the slicers, right? So,
a couple of good questions.
okay.
There is one question by Salman Daria. He's saying maintaining a revenue report on month-wise basis for the period July to June. This is what we were discussing in the lunch break also. So July to June, but sometimes it is sorted out on proper July to June basis. Instead, August is sorry, yeah, little bit of mix up here. Instead, August is coming by July. Likewise, January is coming after February. So I have to set it out manually. Should I repeat this? He's saying he's maintaining a revenue report on a month-wise basis for the period July to June. Okay. But sometimes it is sorted out on proper July to June basis instead of. Salman, I think you should rephrase your question. If you want to get a specific answer. There is one question, however, from Salan Gilani who's saying how to lock the filtered pivot table. How to lock it. I know you can lock cells and you can lock sheets and you can lock the entire worksheet. But is there something for pivot tables particularly they can lock them? No. So that they're not able to enter a specific value in the table.
Remember, name is
Aslam.
Aslam. Aslam, your question is a good question, but if you look at the philosophy of the pivot table, the pivot table is generated on the source data. Right? It is actually the copy of the source data. Your source data is outside the pivot table. That data is loaded to the memory known as the pivot cache, and all the reports are generated over here. So there is no danger to the data as such, the complete data set, the original data set that you have. It is only that you are generating a report, and that is actually the purpose of the pivot table, right? The purpose of the pivot table is to manipulate data, to represent data, to look the data from the different perspective, right? So if you lock the filter, then the purpose of the pivot table will go wrong, right? So it becomes useless. So maybe for this particular reason, they haven't used, Microsoft haven't provide the functionality of it. But yes, there is a way about it, but we need to use the macros functionality. We can control many of the pivot table things with the help of this. I hope that answers your question.
There's another question, and that is that if let's suppose we have a table, a pivot table, and for example, in this case, if we have a pivot table representing sale volumes of different regions, and we want to find out the difference between the sales volume of one region versus the other, which means we have to apply a manual formula to calculate the difference between two cells in a pivot table.
Okay.
How can that be done?
Okay, fine. That can be done. Okay. Maybe right now I'll be able to do that, but I know there is a functionality exists in the pivot table, right?
Okay.
So someone has asked that question a long ago, and I have managed to answer that question by researching, but it is there somewhere. I will give you, I will try to do that. If I'm unable to do that, at least you know that it is there. You can use that. It is there. So first of all, let's rearrange this data set to say in terms of, say we have the air right over here, and say for example, we have the sale. So your question may be that you want to compare the sales amount of 2010 or the difference between 2010 with respect to all of these. So this will be considered as the base, right? And every data item will be subtracted from. You want to look at the difference between this to that, right? Okay. What you need to do is you need to right click and show values as. It is somewhere here. So difference from, maybe this is that you're talking about. So difference from, you need to select the base field is here and base item is 10. This is the base here, base item is 10, and you click OK, and you should have the value like this. So that is actually the thing that maybe that answers your question.
And you can apply the same by column.
Yes, by column and something like this, right? Okay, let's.
Saman has just sent in the question again, but I now understand his question. It is very simply sorting months as in months versus sorting the name of months on the basis of alphabets. So that's his problem. So if he sorts the names of months, and Excel normally identifies that these are months and they need to be sorted January to December, that's fine. But if the months names are written incorrectly, then Excel may treat those names of months as alphabets and may not be able to give the right sort order. So for example, August will come, August just because it starts with an A will come first.
Okay,
and then February, and then
if it is a sorting issue and you are using 2013 and you are using Power Pivot, yes, there is a problem and there is a solution to it. But in 2016, since we are using 2016, and in 2016, this problem is already sorted and it has been addressed, and we have the solution right over here. But in 2013, yes, there is a problem. You need to convert all of these things, right? But if you are using pivot table, then I don't think that there is an issue. Okay, let's try to generate, let me generate dates, for example. This is the date. I'm just giving 2 minutes, right? So for example, I want to generate, say, this is January 2015 maybe, and I want to say right click and generate, for example, few data, something like, and fill with weekdays. Okay. So what I will do is I will use the month name function, month number, for example. This is month, and this is the date, and this is, I have, this is month name, and this is, for example, text. This is, and I have something like M. Okay, so now there is no problem as far as the pivot table is concerned. It all just looks fine. But yes, this problem exists in the Power Pivot, that that it does not arrange in the order that it should be. And if you want me to address this in 2003, I can. If you want me to do that?
no.
Yes, now. It hardly took 5 minutes, not more than that.
Can we do tea break? Yeah.
Okay, fine, tea break. Okay, fine. We have, I think we have covered majority of the thing of the pivot table. Maybe we have
one very short question.
Yes.
If you change any data in the data set after the pivot has been generated, do you have to go back and recalculate the pivot, or does it happen automatically?
Okay, it does not do automatically. You need to press just this button, for example, and go to analyze, and here you have in the data, this is the refresh button. Just click that,
or
and
F9.
It does automatically for you.
Or F9.
Or F9.
Recalculate.
Yes, recalculate. Right. So it automatically, okay, if the data is appended, right, it does not reflect in the pivot table by itself. You need to load that data by refreshing it. So analyzing and this button, and it will does the rest for you. Okay, fine. So let me see. We have options. We have display. There is one of the question that someone has asked. So ascending order, this display show the values. Okay. You can always select this option where, okay, if you, it is assume that some of the data has been appended, and whenever you open this sheet, this data will be refreshed automatically, and that you can be setting this option, clicking the analyze button, go to the option, and then you will have few options right over here. For in the data tab, you have this option, refresh data when opening the file. If you select that, what will happen? Whenever that data, this pivot table worksheet is open, the data will be refreshed at the time of opening. And here you will find few very interesting options. Let me show one, just describe one or two. For example, this is the layout format. For example, if you have some empty cells occurring in the report and you want to display something, maybe a dash or maybe a zero, so all empty cells will be replaced by this dash or by a zero. So this is one of the good option. Show grand total for rows, show grand total for rows. So this is by default a setting if you want to show your grand total for rows and show. So this is few of the, you can look around and see what other options are there, right? So I hope pivot table you have okay, we have discussed various features of pivot table, and I hope that you have understood. Just focus on that, and you will be able to use it more effectively and efficiently. Okay, now comes to the pivot, power pivot. Okay, power pivot is a new functionality that starts from 2010 onward. It wasn't there in 2007, but start happening in 2010 onward, 2010, 13, and 16. Okay, in the first, in 2010, Excel 2010, you need to download an add-in from the Microsoft website. You need to install it, and then you need to activate it. Then in 2013, there are Power Pivot and Power View and Power Map. These are the three Power BI tools that comes with the 2013. Power Query you need to download and you need to install it, and then you need to activate it. But in 2016, it has all been changed. Now it is the part of 2016 suite with one modification, and that is only Power Query is changed to Power Query changed to Get and Transform. So Power Query comes right in the data tab with the name Get and Transform. So all will be right over here, right? So there is no need for those who are having 2013 or 2016. It is all there. You just need only to activate it. For 2010, you need to first download it, execute it, install it, and then activate it. So I will show now that how you can activate it, activate the add-in of Power Pivot and Power View. If it is there,
Sorry, I remember from the last session that there were many confusions around this. So I'd like to clarify at this point that number one, in 2010 and in some limited editions of even 2013 or 2016, the Power Query function is not available.
yes,
Right? So for example, last time we were trying to do it, we tried to buy a software from Microsoft, which was Office 365, and we tried to install Office 2016 using their Office 365 feature, and the Power Query tools were not available.
if it is professional,
Yes.
the word professional is.
So you need to have the professional edition of Microsoft Excel or Microsoft Office, the professional edition. Anything less than a professional edition may not have all the features available. Okay, so please make sure when you're applying this, you or different add-ins, you need to be sure that you're using the professional edition of Microsoft Office. And how can one check that? So please watch carefully.
File, and then you have the info, and somewhere you have right over here. It is somewhere here. Maybe accounts. Okay, in the account section. And what you need to do, file, and you should find somewhere account. Click account and you will find this is the Microsoft Office product activated Microsoft Office Professional Plus 2016. So you should see what is your Office copy. It should sound like professional. If the word professional is in the name of your Office suite, it should work fine.
Should work. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Right. Okay, fine. Now, first of all, let's see that how we can activate Power Pivot. So this is the Power Pivot. It's very, very simple and straightforward. Let me just use this one. Okay. Now this is the blank sheet, and we want to active this add-in. So what you need to do is you need to just click the File button, go to the Options, click Options, and in the left panel of the Excel option, you should find Add-ins. So once you click Add-ins, all the available add-ins will be listed here. In the lower corner, in the right over here, you should find Excel add-ins. This is Power Pivot or Power BI tool. This is not Excel add-ins. It is the COM add-ins. Click the COM add-ins, select the COM add-in, and click Go. Once you click Go, you should find all of these. So Microsoft Power Map for Excel, Microsoft Power Pivot for Excel, and Microsoft Power Pivot for Excel. You need just to click Microsoft Power Pivot for Excel. Whether these are checked or unchecked, we don't require it right now. But what is required is Microsoft Power Pivot for Excel. Just click that and click OK. When you click OK, you should find Power Pivot right over here. If it does, then you are ready to go. But before we be using the Power Pivot, there are a few things once again we need to understand. Power Pivot is an excellent feature. All Power BI is an excellent features. They have been provided to the Professional Pro Excel suite. Power Pivot actually extend the capability of the pivot tables. It also extend the utilizing the concept of relational database. So we need to understand some of the concept of the relational database. So relational database is a very simple phenomena. Your tables are distributed. Your tables are, maybe you have different data sources. You have one table, you have different table, maybe you have 10 different sheets. We need to interconnect. We need to establish a relationship between these tables. And once the relationship are established, we can integrate the data. We can fetch the data from various data sources and produce reports. So what I will be doing now, I will be using the same data, this data. I will divide this data into, say, some of the small tables. Then I will be developing a data model which is required for Power Pivot. Data model is something that makes use of various data tables, and we establish a relationship between these two and among various tables. And once it happens, that we can fetch the data from various data sets. So that is actually the model. We will be developing a model. We will be utilizing the model. We will be establishing a relationship, and then we will get the data from the various columns. But in order to do that, we should having the understanding of the relational database. Okay, so look at this particular data set. If you look at this table, this is, we may call it an actual table. This is a transaction table. Let me close this and let me, okay. So this is the blank name. Okay, what I will be doing this, I will be dividing this data set into small columns. For example, we need to build a strategy, right? So if you look at this particular column, we have been doing since morning that this column contains only 4 data items. That is SENT, BTN, KPK, and BJB. This has only 5 sales rep, and this have only I think 16 or 17. We have few products. So what we need to do is we need to develop the tables for all of these. So let me develop a table right over here. For example, what I am doing, I am copying this, I'm putting the data over here, I'm removing all the duplicates right over here. So I have this. Now what I'm doing is I am generating a code for this. So this is the code 1, 2, 3, and 4. So what will happen that if it is 1, this represents region. If it is 2, this represents BTN. If it represents 3, this represents KPK, and so on and so forth. Similarly, we have this copy. Then paste it, remove it. Let me, okay, data, remove duplicates, click OK. So similarly, I am providing the code for these as well, 1, 3, 4, and 5. So this is my one table, this is my another table, and I'm taking one more table, and that is for product. This is copy. So this is paste. I'm pasting it. I'm removing the duplicates. Click OK and OK. And similarly, I'm assigning a code. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Maybe codes are all the same or maybe different. Maybe you can S1, S2, S3. This is for R1, R2, R3, or maybe this is P1, P2. So it's up to you that the code will be. Now, this table should be extended. We should have a price. Maybe we have a price of laptop, say maybe it is say 10,000. A projector may be 15,000. This may be 5,000. This may be say 5,000. This may be 7,000. And this may be say again 8,000. Similarly, we can have maybe a contribution margin. Maybe we have contribution margin of say 0.15%. Maybe we have 0.2%, maybe 0.1%, maybe 0. Seems okay. Okay, fine. Maybe it is 1%. So what I will be doing, I will be utilizing these in my, I will be utilizing these tables in my data model. Now come, I'm deleting these, all of these as well. Control this, and I'm deleting this. Just assuming that on day 1 of January 2015 maybe, right, in the region of BTN, instead of BTN, I'm writing 2. So 2 represent BTN right from here. Sales rep maybe 3. 3 means David. City, remove the city. And there is something unhide as well. So this is the code. Okay. Product is maybe 5 and quantity is 10. Just assume that on this particular day, on this particular day, someone in the region of 2, which is BTN, someone which is actually 3, which is Mr. David, product is 5, product is printer, has sold this much of the quantity. So what we'll be doing is that this is the transaction table, this will be extended, and we will generate a report utilizing these different. So we have one, how many columns table? We have 1, 2, and 3. We have 3 tables, and this is the 4th table. So we will be interconnecting these tables, developing a relationship, and we will be generating various type of reports from this concept. Let me very quickly developing the transaction table, the arbitrary data. So what if you can go along with me, if you have developed this all this thing, you can go with me. So I will be developing say a few hundred rows, maybe 100 rows. This is, I am extending it. Just click that, select that, click right one and drag it down, and maybe for say 2000, maybe that's I think enough. Just release it and fill big dates. So we have something 624, we have the data of almost this one. So just replacing, I'm using the rand function. I don't know whether they are getting it or not.
One should be able to search.
1, 4, very basic stuff. This says is equal to rand between. This is rand between. Salespersons is 1 to 5, 1, 5. And we have the product is equal to product is rand between
1 and 6.
Rand between 1, 6, and press enter. So what I actually have done, I have just populated the values using the rand function, and I am assuming, and here say is equal to rand function, say between 5 to say 30.
If 0 to 100, somebody may not have sold anything.
So that it should not be here, I suppose. At least 1.
Okay.
So 1 comma maybe 50.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Just enter and we have. So this is the data set that we have. Now what we will be doing, we will be utilizing this as a transaction table, getting the data from here, and we will generate a beautiful, elegant reports like this, right?
But this rand between function, every time the worksheet is refreshed, it changes.
It changes. So what you need to do, you just need to copy, and then save it as values. So it all gone. So these are all values.
6 values.
Okay. Now I will be using this. So first of all, okay. I think I'm giving you 5 minutes, or maybe if you have a question on this. Okay, now we have this is the time to begin. Now I'm in the process of developing a model now.
Yeah.
Data
So
model.
are we expecting them to repeat this data generation?
I just want them to have this sort of a data.
Okay. And they need to come up with the data on their own.
On their own. Of any sort of data. Maybe 20, 15 lines. I have generated a data like this.
Okay.
So if that, so this is the building block. This is the basics. Or you can do is, we have one, if I will give you one sheet, you can upload that and they can download it.
Yes, that's what I was saying.
and
Okay.
save them the mess.
Okay, just
But
give us.
We take a tea break.
Okay, we are taking a tea break, and we are uploading one file which should look like this, and we will be utilizing this sheet in developing a data model and then utilizing through Power Pivot.
Okay,
right? So just 15 minutes. इसी को अपलोड कर लें. Okay.
Save it on the desktop.
Yes. Okay. Okay, we are having a break, and in the meantime, we are uploading the same file.
Can I suggest one thing? Those of you who understood the rand between function, they should use it.
Okay. Yes.
Those who cannot, or those who did not understand, they just download the file. We're just going to upload it in the handouts, so you can download it from there. But it would be best if you can try to develop this data yourself also. Yeah.
So it's up to you. So whether you want to populate your database,
come up with the data yourself, and you have 2 minutes for it.
Okay.
Otherwise, download it from the handouts.
Okay, fine.
All right, so your worksheet, this worksheet that you see on the screen has been uploaded. You can go to the handouts section and you can download this file from there. Just have a look at it, just see how this was done. Try to explore the rand between function. It's not very difficult, it's quite easy. And we will be back in about 5 minutes after the tea break.
think we should begin.
Yes.
Okay, I hope you have downloaded this file, or maybe you have generated your own data. Okay, if it does, then we'll start. Okay, fine. Okay, right now the assumption is that I will be utilizing this particular data as my fact file. I will be integrating all these 1, 2, 3, 4 tables with that table. I will be getting data based on these values, which is listed in the region, sales, wrap, product, etc., etc. For example, just to revisit, the first transaction is on the first day of 2015 in the region, which code is 2, which means that it is in BTM. Sales rep is 3, it means this is Mr. David. Product is 5, means the product is printer, right? And the quantity actually. Now we will be getting this data and we will generate a report, right? So what we need to do is, first of all, we need to convert this entire data set into tables as we did in the Excel table. So first of all, just Control T. This is the shortcut. Select any of the Control T, click OK, and this is converted. Change it to, say, for example, transaction table, for example, T table, T small and table. This is your transaction table. Repeat this for this one, Control T. It has labels, click OK, design, go to, maybe this is the region. This is the region table. Then repeat this for Control T, click OK, and this is your sales rep table. Sales rep, okay, fine. Go to this one, select one, or just Control T. This is your product table. Enter. And this is your date table. Control T and click OK. So now we have 5 different tables. These tables may not be necessary to be in the same worksheet, but apparently and in reality these are in different worksheets, right? So but if it is in the same worksheet, what you need to do is just click the power pivot. Once you click the power pivot, you should have this sort of an interface. Manage data model. If we want to manage it, then we need to press this. After a few minutes we will be clicking this. If you want to generate few calculated fields, we should use this. We want to create a KPIs, we can use this. But right now, the first is this is the add to data model. So we are creating a data model. So add to data model, click this one, add to data model. It will take a few seconds and it will be added to the data model. If you look at this, this is the data model. So this is the date, this is the region, this is the same as this one, right? So this table is added to the data model. Now click second table, click power pivot, and then add to data model. Once you click that, again I have another table right over there. So repeat this process for all the table, right? 3, this is power pivot, this is add to data model, and the last is this one, add to data model. Okay, now, so we are done with this. So these are the 5 tables which are added to the data model. Now we will be utilizing this data model to create various type of reports. Okay. We need to, okay, so look at this. Right over at the base, we have the transaction table. It is same it was as this one. Then similarly, we have the region, we have the sales rep, we have the product, we have the tables, right? So these are the various factors which are associated. Okay. Now, since 5 tables are added to the data model, but these are isolated, these are not related to each other. In order to establish a relationship between or among various tables, what you need to do is you need to click the design tab, and here in the relationship group we have the create table. Click the create and you should get this. Now we have the transaction table. We should have this one. Start from the transaction table. We have this table and we want to create a connection or relationship of this table with reference to the region. If you look at this, we have the 2, and this value is present is in right over here. So I want to create a relationship with respect to this column and of region and with respect to this column of transaction table. So in order to do this, create transaction table and then region select from here and related lookup table. So I want to get the values, the description of these numbers from this table, and that is region. In region, I have 2 columns. One is the region and one is the code. Region is actually the description of that code. So code is the one which is actually linked with that. In that particular region, we have 2, 3, 4, and in that code we have 1, 2, 3. So there are multiple instances in fact table. So remember one thing: whenever you need to establish the relationship in the Power Pivot, the column that contains multiple occurrences, right, of the second table. In this transaction table, we have multiple occurrences of this code in this. So the first table come at the top, and the related lookup table is one in which there is have only one occurrence of that code. So click create. In the sales wrap, so look at this, we have multiple instances too. We have 2 here, we have 2 here, so we have multiple occurrences of sales wrap column. And in the sales rep column, we have 1, 2, 3. There is only one occurrences of 2. So what we need to do, we need to establish a relationship with T table, and this is the sales rep, and then this is the sales rep, and this is actually the code we need to look into. So these 2 tables are connected with these 2 columns. Create. Similarly, report for product in table 5. This is actually the date table. So date table, date table. Okay. So we have the product one, create relationship, T table, then we have the product here, we have the product, this is the name of the table, this is the code we are referring to, create, and the last creation is the table with the invoice date. This is the date table, and we have the date only one. So we have just created the relationship. right? Okay. We can have a look design view. If you look at this particular scenario, this is the relationship of if you look at this, this is actually the model of the data model. This is the graphical representation of the relationship that we have just created, right? So look at this. These are the 5 tables, the graphical representation of 5 tables. This is the transaction table. In that table, we have these 5 columns. And this table is related to, for example, region. So this is with actually represented to, if we click at this, if we just point out the pointer on this line, and this says that the region column code is linked with the region column of table. So if you just hover a pointer to these lines, this will show that how these are interrelated or are connected, right? So this is one way of doing it, looking at. Now, click the data view and we have it like this. Now, based on this data model, we can generate a report, a very interesting report. Now, in that report, we will be replacing these values. Well, we will be replacing these values, right, course with the description. So in order to do this, just click the pivot table, right? Click the pivot table. Once you click the pivot table, again, it's asking the same question. Click OK. Now we have something like this. Click the analyze, and then we have the field list. Okay, fine. Now, in this particular scenario, look at this. These are the 5 different tables. These are the 5 different tables. In the traditional pivot table, we had only one table here with multiple, with its field list. But here we have 5 different tables. And if you click that, these will be extended. So in this table, we have all these fields or columns. Similarly, we have the sales rep, we have only 2. So what actually we need to do is we need to drag few of the column. For example, I want to have the quantity. So I want to have the quantity from here. So this is the total quantity of that particular column. So this is the total of that column, which is the quantity. But I want to see that this quantity represent what. So I will go to the product table, select the product. Once I click that, and you will see that I will get the replacement of these codes. So these are the codes, these are the products. So these are the products, and these are replaced with the description of all of these. So laptop, projector. So we had, for example, 5 represent printer. We have 4 represent tablet. We have 6 represent LCD. So because these 2 tables are interconnected with these particular column, from one is here and one is here. So with this interconnectivity, this relationship, we will be able to get this data based on these values from here to this particular report. Right. So similarly, if you want to say get the data from the region, for example, I want to get the region. So similarly, I get the region from here. So this is actually the report that we can generate from various data. That is how you combine. And for example, I want to generate a report I want to filter a report based on the slicer. So what can I do is, if I analyze and insert a slicer, the slicer, so look at this, I have the complete data set. I want, for example, the sales rep, not from the T table, not from everywhere, but all. So all is, we have the sales rep. This is the sales rep. Click OK and click OK, and we should have something like this. So this is, you see, the similar sort of report that we have generated using the concept that we have learned in the pivot table.
I think just one concept that everybody should have in clear right now is the reason why we create such structures is to handle large amounts of data. Otherwise, if you have large amounts of data in a normalized fashion, the way we use it for pivot tables, and you have thousands and thousands of rows, your Excel will start to slow down, it will start to cause issues, the size of the file will be huge, it will be difficult to retrieve it, to send it to somebody. This file, even though it has a lot of data, but it is reduced to the smallest possible size and made much more efficient as a result of using the structure.
Harun sir, you are rightly pointed out that the reduction of the size is huge. The technology that is being used in the the self-service Power BI, that the Power Pivot file, if maybe say if it is a 1 GB data, it may be reduced to maybe 25 to 30 MB of the data. So that is the huge difference, and that is how it becomes more efficient. This BI concept actually applicable to the big data concept. So big data concept, so you have the data sources and the huge amount of data at various locations. So what you need to do is just to connect the connection, establish a connection, and then say establish a relationship based on this concept. Then you can integrate the data from the various sources and build a report like this, right? So right now what we will be doing some of the more basic stuff.
I think, can we give them a couple of minutes to do this?
Okay, fine.
And in the meanwhile, those who are unable to understand it properly, if you can, once again repeat the relationship building concept.
Okay, fine.
And those who have understood it should try to do it on their own.
Mm-hmm.
Those who have not understood it should keenly watch Mr. Forum doing it.
Okay, fine. What actually we need to do is, first of all, I hope you have understood that how you add various tables to this data model. There are 2-3 different ways, but since we have the data set right here in this particular sheet, I've just converted this into table, all of these, and click the Power Pivot and just add it to the data model. So what it does, it add all of these tables to the data model. So this is the data model that we have. That contains five tables, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are the 5 different tables that are added, right? The way that I've just shown. Now, although they are in the data model, but they are not connected. I cannot extract data from various tables unless and until they are related. So I need to relate them. I need to develop a relationship, and that we can do using the Design tab and create a relationship. Okay. So create a relationship means that we are developing some sort of a connection between the two tables. And in order to develop a relationship, you need to understand one thing. There are many types of relationships. There are one-to-many, there are many-to-one, and there are one-to-one, right? So there are different types of relationship. Now, in this particular case, we have many-to-one relationship. What does it mean? It means that if your T table, which is a transaction table, I want to connect it with the, for example, the region table. T table has multiple instances of the code which is in the region table. We have, look at it in this particular column. We have two, we have two, we have two, we have many instances of two in this. We have many instances of three, we have many instances of one, four, right? So we have multiple instances of the codes. So these are many codes, right? And in the region, we have only one instance of the code. So this is one. In this particular table, we have only one instance of this code, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. We cannot have one here as well. We cannot have two. So there should only be one code in this particular column. So this is one. In this, there is the code 1 is here. The one instances of code is here, but here we have many instances of the code. So what we need to do is, whenever we want to create a relationship between okay, whenever we need to create a relationship between two tables, one table must have many instances and it should be placed at the top. And in the related lookup table, we have the table that should have only one instance. So table, T table, and if I want to establish a relationship with the region table, so region, so this is the T table, this is the column labeled as region, and it has many instances. Similarly, I want to create it with the region. Region is the name of the table, which is this one. And in this table, I should have only one instances of these code. 1, 2, 3, 4, not more than that, right? And then click create. Once I click create, the relationship will be established and it is many to one. So you have to do the same with the rest of the tables. Once you do that and you want to see that where I can find and what is the graphical representation. So if you click the home tab, and you should have the view, and then you have the diagram. So if you click the diagram view, you should see the diagram like this. So this is actually many to one. These dots represent many. This arrow represent one. So many to one, many to one, many to one, and many to one. So in all these tables, there is one instance. It may occur in this particular column. Maybe we have multiple dates. We may have multiple regions. We may have multiple sales rep. But in these tables, we should have only one instances. So these are many to one. When it is done, then we are in a position to extract data right from these columns with respect to that, and we can generate various type of reports. So let change it to data view and go to the pivot table. So this is where is the pivot table? Here is the pivot table. Okay, let's extend this model. I'm extending this model. By extending this model, I mean, if you look at this particular model, this gives us incomplete information. Okay, someone has sold this much of product of this much of quantity, but there are few things are missing. What is the price of this product? Right? what is actually the sales volume in amount? What is the contribution, profit contribution of this margin? All this information are listed right over here. So this is the price and this is the contribution margin. So we will be utilizing these data set, these values in order to generate. So I'm giving the concept of calculated columns. Calculated column is actually a column whenever you want to extend your table within the model. Just type, say for example, I want to get the price, the sales volume, say the contribution margin, say maybe the profit, let it be profit, sorry, contribution margin, C margin. So in order to get this margin, or rather let me do one thing more first, delete column, get the price first, get the price from that. I'm writing price over here. Okay, what I want to do is I want to get the price from this product of each product, right? So the laptop is 5,000. So in the T table, one way of doing it, click equal to, select this one, equal to sign, and you need to use the DEX function, and that is related, R-E-L-A-T-E-D, related. What does it mean? It means that I want to get few of the data from the related table, right? And the name of the related table is product. When I type product, it will comes automatically. So what information I want to extract? I want to extract this product. So it means that I want to get the price, value of price of each of the product, which is 5, 4, whatever these are. I want to get the price of each product from the product table right over here. So I have used the DEX function, which is the related. So it means that table is related to T table, and we can get whatever value that we want to have. We want to get the price of the product, so I just use the related product price and click enter. Once I click enter, it will get the data, the price of each of the product right over. So this is the product. This is 5. Product is 5. I don't know what 5 represent, but it has a price which is equal to 7,000. Let's see what will the price of product 5 and what it is, what's the description of it. Let's go to that, this one, and sheet 1. Product is 5. This is the product which is known as the printer, and this is 7,000. So you see, we get the value of price with respect to this particular a product code which is present in the product table and which is related to the T table. Now similarly, we can get the contribution margin. So how this can be done is equal to, first of all, we need to name this column. This is called the calculated column. For example, contribution margin, CM, C.M. This is contribution margin. So contribution margin is quantity multiplied by price multiplied by the percentage of contribution margin. So this is, click OK. quantity is in the table of T table. So just write T table, and we want to get the, okay, so this is the T table quantity. Now this is multiplied by the price. Now this column is now in the T table as well, and it is in the product as well. So we can either use the DAX function, which is related, or we can use product table, not the, sorry, the T table, and we have this, okay, fine. Now the multiplied this by related function and get the value of contribution margin. So contribution margin is what we are, it is in the product table, and this is the price, and that should be the case. So if I press enter, I should get the contribution margin. So this is the contribution margin of each of the product. So at this particular sale, I got something like this. So this is much more than that. 5 quantity into price is 70,000. Maybe there is a problem with this, although I get the data product 0.15%. This multiplied by this. Harun, this should not be the case, isn't it? Can you go back to the formula? Formula is very simple, straightforward. T table is quantity. So 10 should be multiplied by 7. It's 7,000.
Is it what mass issue?
No. All are multiplication. All are multiplication. This is all multiplication.
Yeah.
Okay. There is a problem. The problem is that I use the word, I'm getting price, not the contribution margin.
So the price multiplied by price.
Yes, but price multiplied by that's too much, isn't it? So that is actually, we have just sorted out the problem. So the product, actually this is the contribution margin we are giving here. So this and enter. Now that's okay. Now that seems okay. And similarly, we can get the profit, or so the sales volume, sales amount. And now there is no need to do this. We have is equal to say quantity multiplied by price. So quantity is again we have the T table. Table is quantity multiplied by the price. T table is this, which where is the price? This is the price, and that is actually the case. So this is the sales volume, this is the contribution margin, and this is the price. These are the values we have got from this. Now, based on this, we can generate the different types of report now. Now, for example, go to our pivot table. Okay, I'm cutting it, for example, this one. Now, instead of quantity, the good thing about this particular V in the table, it comes automatically. These values comes automatically. We have the contribution margin, so maybe we have the profit. Look at this. So we have the profit at each of the table. This is laptop, this is LCD, this is monitor, this is printer, and blah, blah, blah. Similarly, if you want to have the sales amount, we have the sales amount like this. Right, so this is what it is. There is one more thing that we need to understand, and that is there is a table, the date issue. There is no problem with the network in my on hand. Okay, fine. Now, look at here. We have constructed a date table, and we have the date over here as well, right? In this particular date, we may have, again, we may have multiple instances. It is possible that in this particular same date, we have multiple occurrences. We have multiple sales on the same date. So in this particular table, we should have a date table that contain only one occurrence of a single date. So there should be only one 1st January 2015. Here we should have we may have multiple instances. So these need to be connected in order to generate the reports based on the time or the date. We should have a date like this. We may be generating different time-based reports, yearly report, and all based on this. We may use different time intelligence function, and all based on this particular column. We need to utilize this. So this is why it is important to have a date table in our data model. We should have. So it is a rule of thumb that in any of the data model of the self-service BI tool, we should have one date table at least in order to produce the the date related reports. If it does not have, then it is difficult for us to manipulate the dates or produce reports based on dates. So let me utilize this concept that how we can use these reports. Let's have okay, I'm just removing each and everything, not everything, just this, I've only saved them out. Now I will have the date table somewhere, which is table 5, I guess. If I click that, I will get the dates right from here. So what I will do is I will click one of these, I will group. It doesn't group. Okay. There is a problem, and that means that we need to convert that data model date table into something. It is 2016, or I'm using what? Okay, fine.
2013.
I'm using 2013. Earlier I was using 2016. Okay, so that is actually the problem I'm facing. 2013, I'm switching back and forth. Okay, fine. So in 2016, there is no need to do stuff like this, right? But in 2013, there is a problem. I think now there's a time has come to address that issue. It automatically comes in front, right? So what we need to do is that we need to say modify our data model. This is our data. This is our data model. Where is the data model? This is okay. 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 This is our data model, and this is the date table. Okay. Now, please look very, very closely. I am extending this table, and I will be using this concept in order to filter the dates as well. It is already addressed in 2016. So if you are using 2016, there is no need of doing this thing. But if you are still using 2013, you need to do this, right? Let's see what is actually the case. We need to extract the month's name, the year as well. So maybe the quarter as well. So we need to develop few columns. So first of all, the month number, for example, month number. So month number is very, very straightforward, is equal to month. So again, this is a DAX function. The beauty of the DAX function is it is same as in the Excel. So the syntax is the same. It is functioning. Its functionality is the same, but there are few functions which are not used as the way it should be in Excel. Okay, this is the month, and click enter. We should get okay. We have got everything one. This is the month. This is 2, and this is 3, and so on and so forth. Now, let's get the month name. Month name is in Excel. We will be formatting months with the name with the text function, but here text function is format. Format. What value? This is the value, right? And we have triple M. So this will give you January, right? So format, date, month, this will give you January. Okay, so we should have month number, we should have month name. Similarly, we could have year, and we can get extract is equal to YEAR year, and we should get the year from okay. So what I will be doing now, I will be going back here. This will be, let me refresh. Okay, the data model is refreshed. I have the table 5, and it should have, okay, the month name, for example. Now, this is the problem. Look at this. I get the month name, and if it is sorted with respect to alphabets. So what we need to do is we need to sort this the way it should be. So in order to do this, go back to the data model. Now select this one. We want to sort this data, and this should be reflected in our pivot table. So selecting one of the cell in the month name, sort and filter. Now sort by column. So this should be sorted with respect to which column. So click sort by column, sort by column. So we want to sort month name with respect to column month number. Month number. So month number. The first month will be January, the second will be February, and so on and so forth. Click OK. Once you click OK, Oh, no, audio connection restored. Okay. Okay, I hope this concept is clear. We have how to sort the date in 2013. 2013, this is the issue, this is the problem, and we will sort our data like this. But in 2016, this issue is being addressed already, and there is no need to do stuff like this. Okay. I think we are left with 30 minutes. Let's do some more things, and then we'll come to the question answer session. Okay, fine. There are two concepts which are very, very important as far as the power pivot is concerned. In power pivot, one is called the calculated columns, and other is called measures. So there are two things. One is calculated columns, and other is measures. These are the three calculated columns that we have created. So this is, we have extended this table. We have price, we have CM, we have sales amount, and we could have many, many more columns, right? Once you have created, that consumes more space, right? Instead, we can have measures. Now, what is a measure? Measure is the aggregation. Aggregation means that I want to sum all of these values. Either I can have the value by multiplication, by having by creating columns and using the sum function, or I don't want to create the calculated columns. Instead, I just want to create a calculated measures by its own. So right now what I'm doing, I'm developing calculated measures so that you can understand what is a calculated measures by developing an expression used by calculated columns, and after that I will be doing the same thing without using calculated columns. Okay, look at this. Calculated measure is an aggregation, means you can sum it, you can average it, you can count it. So what you can do is just type the total sale, for example. This is the name of the calculated measure, total sum, total sales, colon equal to. So this is the name of the total sales, and it is the measure, right? It should have an expression sum. Now the question is sum of what? Sum of sales amount. So what I will be doing, sales amount is in T table. So T table, and it is sales of sum amount. Enter and click OK. Once I click OK, we should have the value. Okay, not the sum of sales amount. Again, I have a problem. The problem is T table. This is the values sale amount. This is actually sum T table sale amount. So this, I want to sum this column. So sum T table. T table is the name of the table, and this is the field. This is the column that I want to sum. Click enter. I should have the value now. Now this total sales should represent in my pivot table in the T table. Click this one, and sum of sales amount. We have the T table, and somewhere here we have the total sale. If I click the total sale, and you will see that I have the total sales with me. So this is the total sale and this is the measure. And that can be replicated, that for a variety of ways. So look at here, we have the product, for example, we want to have the product. So this is the sale of the product based on this total sales. So the beauty of this particular, that it is automatically divided with respect to, we have used the sum if function. So the sum if function is already applied. So this is the total sale, and this is the division which is applied on. So we have the total sale of laptop here. And similarly, if you want to apply the sum ifs function, so what you need to do is get the region, and we have the region over here. So this is the use of the sum if function. You have the laptop, the total sale, and this is the division, that so much value of sales amount, sales is made in the region of BTM, in the region of KPK, and in the region of so and so forth. Based on all this concept, we can again develop some sort of dashboard. Now we will be building a very similar sort of dashboard that we have built using the pivot table. To just, for example, we have the product sales. We pair with the product. We have the product. This is the product. And we have a slicer. We have two slicer. Insert slicer. One is BTN. Where is region? This is region. And other is sales rep. Sales rep is all sales rep. Sales rep is this. Okay. Now we have two slicer with us. One is this and one is that. Based on this, we can analyze. We have the pivot table, and we have this, something like this. So the same functionality of the pivot table is being applied over here. So this is Ali, and this is in BTM. This is KPK, and this is PGB. This is for Mr. David in the region of Punjab, and this is something in the region of all regions. I think the concept is clear. What is a power pivot? How the data is integrated, how the various tables can be linked, how the values of different tables can be fetched, and based on this concept, how we can generate various type of reports. Similarly, how we can utilize the concepts of pivot tables and used in the Power Pivot. At the back end, there is a data model. So data model is the core of the Power Pivot. We can have variety of tables. In a normal database, we may have 40 to 50 tables, maybe more than that, and all they are interconnected. So at the back end is the data model. Various type of tables, they are connected, and which means they are related, and on the basis of that relationship we can develop a query. Power Pivot is actually a mechanism of developing a built-in, executing the built-in query that we have using through this particular area. So this is the area on the basis of which we can develop a query, and that query is executed by giving us the output in the form of reports, either graphically or by the data. There are few things that you need to understand. This is only the basic framework. There are another very important concept associated with Power Pivot, and these are called the DAX function. If you utilize DAX functions, there are a variety of DAX functions. So if we able to understand what are DAX functions and how these DAX functions are used, then you can use the data set in almost in unlimited formats. You can generate as many report as you got. So that is why it is known as the business intelligence tool. So I think now it's time for your question answer session. We have almost 20 minutes left. So in that 20 minutes, we can answer your question if you have any.
Yeah, we have a question from Ahmadin. Says, I have one question on chart. The chart shown by you, if we click on any region or sales rep, first chart changed to new one. What if I want to show chart of all sales rep at the same time in pivot?
In pivot. Okay. This is actually, okay, let me do it that way. Let me cut, and I'm generating a report of total sales made by, where is that? Sales rep, or let it be sales rep. The data is filtered. I want all data. Okay. And this is slicer is region, analyze slicer is region. Okay, the point is that whatever chart that you have developed, it has the basis in its data framework. This chart is developed on the basis of this data. If this data is filtered just like this, so this is the BTM, all these sales rep has sales volume of this. So I've clicked this one, your data set is filtered, so is the chart, because this chart is developed on the basis of this data model, model. As long as your data is there, the chart representation is there. Or your question is that you want to have a different layout of the chart. Yes, it is still possible. If you want to have a different charts, yes, that is still possible. But what we need to do is we need to say use chart feature, which is right over here. This is actually the, if you click the insert tab, and this is all the charts. So we need to develop charts. We need to look into, we need to set the layout of the charts. As whatever the layout of the report is, the chart will be drawn accordingly. I think that answers his question.
Mohammed Salman is asking, can you give an overview about KPIs and calculated fees, if that helps?
Okay, as far as the KPI, if you have used the conditional formatting, right? If you have used the conditional formatting is, so you want to highlight certain key indicators. So it means that, for example, right over here, look at this. If you have this data set and you want to format the data, which is, for example, say 50% or more of this grand total, you want to turn it to green, and you have the data which is actually the 20% of this, so you want to turn the red data. So KPI is actually an indicator that Mr. So-and-so, as far as this table is concerned, that if someone has a certain minimum threshold and it is colored as red, and someone is above the threshold, it has a green, and somewhere in between it is maybe as red. So KPI is actually an indicator that that format the data in such a manner that by having a look at it, you can understand that what actually the data is saying. So that is actually the KPI. It does not mean that we normally understand the key performance indicator. It is only the indicators that, for example, a particular category is above the threshold, below the threshold, or on the threshold. It is only the indication. So maybe in some other webinar, I will specifically be doing this thing. Okay, that is the KPI. As far as the calculated field is concerned, these are the examples of calculated fields or calculated columns. Calculated columns and the calculated fields are both the same thing. That can be developed based on this very simple concept. For example, you want to multiply this by that. For example, quantity by price, you will get the calculated column. So calculated column is actually the extension to your given table. So if you want to extend the columns of a given table, so you use the calculated columns or calculated field. As far as the measures are concerned, measures are actually the aggregation, is maybe the summation or the average of everything. Either you can create measure like this as I did, right? Or without creating the calculated columns, we still be able to create calculated measures by utilizing the DAX functions. So the time is limited. We are unable to, or rather, actually, in my last session on BI, we have created few calculated measures. If you go through that video, you're still able to get the concept that how we can develop calculated measures without utilizing calculated columns. So next.
I think there are some other generic questions which you don't need to discuss here. There are quite a few comments, so all right, I'll go through these one by one. This is a comment from Mohammed saying, I would appreciate ACCA's efforts in enhancing the skills which are used in real life by all of their students and affiliates. Furthermore, I would like to request ACCA Pakistan to arrange a detailed webinar on financial modeling, which is specifically the requirement of some jobs. I would appreciate ACCA's efforts in enhancing the skills. I think this is the repetition. Usman, thank you very much for your suggestion. We are already planning sessions on financial modeling, on data, like I said, further sessions on data management and analysis, right? And particularly the perspective of using financial data, right? And we're currently working on it. There will be one complete session probably on how to normalize a data that is retrieved from an ERP or has been. So what we're working on right now is starting from a journal ledger, going on to creating multiple statements, financial statements from it, right, which are all automated and linked up. That is what we're going to work on.
Using pivot table methodology functionality, yes, we'll be creating multiple financial reports.
Exactly. So that's what we're working on right now. And
yes,
time this session will be up and running, we'll be able to offer it. Salman is saying also waiting for financial modeling on Excel especially using trial balance for preparing financial statements. That's exactly what we're talking about. Thank you, Salman. Shehbaz is saying, sir, if possible, can you arrange next webinar on Power BI? We've already done one, and
This is
you can watch the recording as well.
And this particular session is track of BI. We have already done the BI session and we face certain issues. And in order to overcome those issues, we have planned this webinar. If you understand these concepts right over here, you can go back to that BI session, and I hope you can appreciate that.
Yes. Mohammed Umair is saying if you can get the solve worksheets as well. So, Khurram sir, if you can give me the
it's all over.
Yeah, so I can then circulate to everyone through email. Mohammed Saif is saying that will the certificate of participation be issued? Yes, a certificate of participation will be emailed to all the participants on our next working day, which falls on a Tuesday. So hopefully by Tuesday, you will all receive your certificates of participation in an email, which you can use as an evidence of your CPD also. I mean, those who are members and there are CPD requirements for them, they can use it for verifiable CPD. There are a few more questions. Ayman Sayyed is saying, if the data is collected from other sheets, how to compile or refresh data which we are currently working on? I am not very sure about this question.
The thing is that if you have the data model created based on multiple data sheets, not in the same table, maybe not in the same workbook, maybe in different workbooks. So just you need to click the refresh button. So data will be refreshed automatically, but the prereq is that all the workbooks should be opened, right? Once these are open, then you'll be able to refresh all the data.
Okay. Shuaib Ishfaq is saying, I understand all relationships in Excel, but can't find this relationship button in Excel for Mac 2016. All right. For MacBook, is there any option in it? I think we'll have to explore that for you.
Yes, that we need to.
Okay. Shuaib, we'll try to explore using Mac version.
So we are Windows users, not Mac users.
Yeah. Next one is Zada Saleh saying, thanks for running the session, really good one. So many new ideas and refresh some of the old ones, old learning during articleship. Thank you, Zada, that was the idea, a good refresher, and I hope you liked it. Muhammad Ahmed Khan is saying, are these videos uploaded? If we wanted to see them later, yes, of course. And I'm just going to write the web link where we will be uploading this video as well. I'm just going to share it with all of you. This web link has all the previously recorded sessions as well. So we've done about 5 sessions.
This is the 5th one.
We've done already 4 sessions on Excel. This is the 5th one. So you can watch those. Plus there are others available, so you can have a look at them. Tahir, we have shared the link with all of you. Please note that down. Yasir Ammar Mahmood is saying, thank you very much, Mr. Khurram, Mr. Haroon. Very informative, very useful, very good seminar on financial modeling. Mr. Khurram is committed that he's going to spend the next few days sitting with us developing the session on financial modeling. So please stay put for that. Fasih Rahman is saying, can you please provide the recording of this session? As due to office work, I was unable to attend some part of the seminar. For sure, Fasih, we are going to upload it on Vimeo, and I've shared the link already. So please visit the link. I think it will take us about 3-4 hours to convert the recording, and then it will be uploaded. So just wait for this. Sanallah is saying, thank you very much. Very helpful drill. You're more than welcome, Sanallah. Sayyid Ahmad Taha is saying, can you please share your Power Pivot whole working sheet? Will you do that? Yes, that's noted. Bilal Awan is saying please give training for ERP. Bilal, ERP trainings are a little difficult to conduct on a webinar because it requires a software. We have found a solution. We are working with EXD. EXD is currently offering a training program on SAP. They have started doing this in Lahore, Karachi, Islamabad, and Peshawar. Faisalabad and Multan are the next in line. So please watch out for those SAP sessions that we are regularly conducting in collaboration with EXD. Running those sessions on a webinar for now is not possible because of the software that we have to use. Sayyid Fahim Tariq is saying this webinar is very useful and beneficial for me, especially in case of pivot table. Thank you so much. ACCA, proud to be a part of this body. Thank you very much, and we are proud to have members and students like you, in the body. Shayan Qureshi is saying, thank you for conducting this session. It was a source of great learning. Excellent, thank you very much. We really enjoyed the session as well. Zuhair Siddiqui is saying, thank you, sir. Always enjoy and learn a lot from you. Please inform us about the next session, financial statement, when will it take place. Like I said, Zuhair, just wait for a couple of weeks and we'll offer it. Bilal, I've already answered your question. Muhammad Ahmad Khan is saying, if you want to see these videos in Weblink, will you be providing CPD certificates? I'm afraid not. However, you can still claim non-verifiable CPDs on the basis of watching the videos. Nabil Asif is saying, DAX expression, when will it be covered? So people expecting DAX expressions to be covered in detail. We told that they could go back and have a look at the BI recording, which is placed there. We have discussed some DAX functions there.
We have discussed few of the DAX function. Maybe in months to come, we may have a full-fledged session on the DAX function.
Yeah. But the thing is that DAX doesn't have that kind of an application right now. I mean, very few people have, huge loads of data to be used. But let's see if we can do that.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. The next one is from second. Yeah, Shayan Qureshi saying, can we have the contact details of Mr. Khurram? If he don't, who can we contact? Khurram sir, if you can please put down your phone number, your email address, all the details, all your contact details on this worksheet so that these young, committed ACCA members and students can bug you all the time.
I can share you my email address, but I'm sorry.
I think that's justified also because Forum is normally in training and it's normally not very possible to pick up calls and answer them while the training is going on. So I think email will be a good source, or maybe WhatsApp. Is WhatsApp good?
Email will be fine.
Email. All right. Okay. Can you put down your email address there, sir? The next one is Shahbazuddin saying, sir, is it possible to upload these files as well? Because I did not do first 3 sessions. It is recorded. Okay. Shahbaz, please send us an email, and we will try to email the previous worksheets of the previous sessions to you. Pradeep Kumar is saying, thank you for the session. It was very useful. Wish you all the best and good health. Thank you very much, Pradeep. Good health to you and good luck to you as well. Shoaib Ishfaq, thank you so much, sir. Mr. Harun Jan too is doing great work. Thank you very much, Shoaib. Your appreciation actually serves like fuel to us, keeps us going. Nabil Asif is saying, thank you. Shahid Mahmood, how long the old videos will stay on Vimeo? I think as long as we run out of space on Vimeo. We don't have any intention of deleting them from there unless something very terribly wrong happens. Only then we'll probably be able to. We will have to delete them. But we haven't deleted even a single video from there so far in the past 3 years. Taha Saifuddin, very good session to update our skills. Thank you. Thank you, Taha. Bilal Awan is saying it is expensive. So Bilal, if you're talking about SAP and Oracle, look, what we could do is, I know these trainings are expensive, but if you attend a consultant level training, it will cost you hundreds of thousands of rupees. and I talked about opportunities. In our case, we have reduced this as much as possible. So this is the best that could be offered at the moment. Ehsan Iqbal is saying, thanks Khurram and Harun for an interesting session. Thank you Ehsan for attending. Asar Rakil, sir, it's been a great session and means a lot of professional work. Is it possible to share your working papers on today's session? Yes, we will do that, Asar. Just wait for a for a bit of time and we'll be able to share these through email. Abbas Khan, great session. Thank you very much, Abbas. Shabazuddin, session was great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Zishan is saying, great job, ACCA. Thank you very much, Zishan. And there are so many emails or messages of appreciation. So I think in one go I can say thank you all very much. Let me see if there is any other question other than the positive comments and thanks. Okay, Umar, your question was different in the next training. When will it be? I think I said that in a couple of weeks' time. Counts towards performance objectives. No, this training doesn't count directly towards performance objectives. It counts towards CPD for members. Then there are other thank you messages. Please send the worksheets. Okay, we will send it to all the participants. We have all the email addresses. Don't worry. How about SAP training in future? I've talked to EXD about a very brief orientation on ERPs. But like I said, a complete session on SAP or Oracle Financials is not possible if we try to deliver it through GoToWebinar. So you'll have to, you'll have to talk to our partners as EXD for attending a training in Oracle Financials or SAP. I think that's almost all about it. Baba Naveed, last comment. Thank you very much. Great session. Thank you, Badr. Thank you very much. Please stay in touch. Will any sort of certificate of completion? I think these questions have been repeated now. Yes, like I said, a certificate of participation will be issued to all of you by the next working day, which is Tuesday in Pakistan. I think that's all from our side. Thank you very much for your participation. We had a huge number of participants today. About 1,500 people registered, and I think about 700 people attended it live. Some, I'm sure, are going to watch the recording. So I'm sure this is going to be useful learning for all of you. It was definitely useful learning for us, for me as well. And I think with that, we'll call it a day. For those who are going to have a weekend now, enjoy the weekend. For countries where the weekend is finishing and it's a working day tomorrow, have a nice week ahead. Thank you very much, and goodbye from our side.